everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Toplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Toplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Toplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/toplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/toplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่าอีโวตโนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thỏa buồn đam mê. Giải đấu Top là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống đơ ca khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi đơ ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thỏa buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơ ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Mas Tegukan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosdak AIG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rosdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Ross.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition, gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion!
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Gevani, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, This is passion. Jadi buat teman-teman semua jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Mas Tegukan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020. Iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is passion! Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Toplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Toplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/toplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/toplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ. Tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thấu buồn đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Đơ Ca Khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Đơ Ca Khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19. Banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah. Tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-game tournaments in the SEA region, we aim to become the best digital esports platform that serves all the players, brands, and game developers. We want everyone to come together to embrace the love for esports and games. This year, totally 5 games join Top Clans 2020, and a total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in Thai, Malay, and English, helping to bring you the best experience. And today we're gonna present you with the Dota 2 group stage competition. Are you excited? Before we get started, we would like to thank our TV partners, EGG Network and AIS Play. And also, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for the latest updates and surprises. You can also watch live with our partner networks at Kumu, Lazada, Lazada Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, and TikTok. And also, we'd like to thank our local partners, InfoFed and Asian Galaxy. And now, Top Clans 2020 is now broadcasting in Thai and the Malay language. Also, we'd like to thank our network support, UU Game Booster. Okay, the game will start very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Our wonderful casters will take it from here.
Hello. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Top Clans 2020 Dota 2 SEA Invitational. This is day 2. My name is Holler, and I'm with Arthur. How are you doing today?
Hi, Holler. Thanks. I'm very good. Thank you. I'm very excited for today's matches. We have got a very interesting game. Day 1 yesterday. Got a lot of roller coaster games, comebacks. So I'm very excited for today's matches. We got Neon versus Galaxy Razor to start with. Wow. I can't wait.
Yeah. We got to have a great start to it. And before we go into that, let's do a little bit of a deep dive in terms of what this league is all about. We've got 8 teams. We've assigned them into 2 different groups. 4 teams per group, and they're going to play a round robin. It's going to be a best of 2. And so each of the teams will play everybody in that group. So literally, if you're top 2, you move on. Bottom 2, you get eliminated. And we're going to have knockout stages. We're going to have the playoffs. All of those dates are there. And of course, what is the prize? What is everybody looking to get? First place is $7,000 all the way down to $3,000 for the third place. And then obviously 4th, 5th through 8th, we're kind of not going to really talk too much about them because they're kind of getting a consolation prize. But at the end of the day, we're funneling it in, making sure that these teams are being fed throughout this COVID time. But I think it's a great initiative organized by NetEase. So we're happy to be here, and it's great to see all of that's going on. And this is from the standings from yesterday. We saw that MG Trust took the 2-0 over Bren Esports, Adroit Esports, and IO Esports ended up tying. They pulled off 1 point apiece. So what do they need to do in terms of like the, Adroit Esports, IO, Bren, these guys? How do they catch up to MG Trust?
I mean, you just have to bring an A game, literally. But let's look at today's match. We have got Galaxy Razor and Neon to start the day with, and then after that we have got Wise Esports versus S Creation. So very interesting matchup coming on today. I think all these teams are very even when it comes to the playing field, so it should be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to today. I think that, Galaxy Racer, while this team is somewhat new, obviously the name has been around for a while. Neon Esports, we've seen them all the time. But throughout the stream, we're going to have some sort of find the code event. Basically, you're going to see a little bit of code, and it's going to come up at a certain specific time in the game. It's going to be completely random. It might be a First Blood, it might be a Rampage, anything of that sort. But basically, if you see the chat, you type it into whatever platform you're looking at, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, any of those things. And we're basically going to find out, and we're going to see who you are, and then we're going to randomly decide a winner off of those things. And then we're going to end up giving you Dota 2 cosmetics, which is like the biggest thing for you, right? We're all Dota players here. We just want hats. And the second thing is that, the second piece is that we're actually going to have a share to win. So if you've got the stream there and you want to, hey, this is what Neon's doing, send it to your stack, let it show them, spread the love. And basically, if you do share it, we're going to again find you, and we will also give you a reward for that. So great stuff, great initiative by NetEase.
Oh yeah, definitely. All of us just love the cosmetic makes us look strong.
Yeah, obviously, you know who's a good player and who's not a good player based on the cosmetics that they're wearing, right?
Yeah, definitely. Looking at this SF has an Arcana. He must be good. So this is gonna be the Galaxy Razors roster. We have got Ghost, Alacrity, KXY, Destroys, and 343. Very experienced veterans plus very talented new bloods. So I'm very excited for their performance personally.
Yeah, a little bit of a just mixes that through. Neon Esports is we've seen these guys, and these guys have done quite well, at least in the local scene. I mean, Skem's been there, Riopaj and JG. These guys are, I mean, not to disrespect the supports, as a support player myself, Play Hard and Jonuel are definitely very, very good as well. So this is a well-rounded team, and I'm actually really looking forward to seeing this as our first matchup of the day. Now, like we discussed with yesterday, in terms of the favorite for the group, who do you like going into this one?
I'm definitely liking the chances that Neon have in this entire bracket, because I simply feel like they look like the best team in the group, or if not the entire tournament, simply because they have accomplished a lot right throughout the entire month, entire second quarter of the year. From a lot of different tournaments. I do think that they have a lot of potential. Even actually, if there's a DPC event, they might actually make it to the major. So it looks like the biggest fish in the pond right now. And as we speak, we are going to the drafting phase, and Galaxy Razor will be opening with one of the most contested pick in this current meta right now, which is the Tiny, and also one of Destroy's best hero.
Yeah, it's definitely one of his best. But this Tiny is just so good. I mean, the fact that he's roaming, he's very tanky, he has that burst, just everything that you want in a position 4. That said, it looks like they've gone. Neon has countered that with the Clockwork. What do you think about this pick?
Yeah, I love Clockwork versus Tiny because you can always mirror the movement of Tiny, especially when you put the Clockwork as 5. There's simply nothing Tiny can accomplish if you just follow him. And of course, we have got the Snapfire, another hero that is so contested in the entire tournament. Just a great pick overall. There's a lot of flexibility as well. If you look at Tiny and Snapfire, both of them not only can fulfill the support roles, but also can go to the core roles.
Yeah, I really like the way they're drafting already. But you know, this clock tends to be. I mean, we traditionally saw it as a 3-4, but we've seen a lot of it in terms of position 5. But as Neon Esports picked the Chen, and that will probably be the 5 now. What do you think about this potential support duo?
I know most of people think that when they see Chen, they will think that this is 5, but Neon Esports, they have shown us that they can play Chen on the carry role and also the offlane role. Now, I know that this might sound crazy or something, but this is Neon. They can make crazy stuff work, and this is one of the reasons why I'm starting to love Neon a lot. And we need to check out and we don't look out for this Chen. It might not be only at the post side role.
Like, I guess, what is your thought process when you're looking to do a Chen as a position 1 or the 3? Like, what is it, you know what I mean? Like, are you looking for that specific draft and what that draft is? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, why change the role, I guess?
Most of the time, you want Chen to fulfill the role of sustainability, provide aura, provide heals, and then you want to create some sort of death ball strategy around him. So sometimes when they feel like they have to go really quick against a particular draft, then you might want to push the Chen to the core role so that you can get the items and timings even faster and then end the game in a quicker way. So those are the reasons why sometimes Chen are pushed to the core roles. But we couldn't tell yet because obviously Neon, they only see 2 picks coming out from Galaxy Razor, so they're just putting the Chen on hold right now.
Like, I feel like NP does it a little bit better than Chen. I mean, he has the same amount of push. The treants are still there, but he can just kind of teleport in and out. I feel like Chen, just right clicking, and then like his abilities are just kind of like not really what you want as a position 1. But that's just I don't know, just my thought process around this.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine until we see it coming. Before I see Neon winning with the Chen post 1, I have no idea how does it work. But they just make it work. So this is the magic of Neon Esports, and I hope that this would be a Chen post 1. So, like, what's a better way of starting the game 1 of the day, right? With a Chen post 1.
Yeah, that would be crazy, and that would be a great start to their league play. But you have only 6 games to play potentially, right? Because you have a round and best of 2, right? With all the different teams, and to see that, like, if you're going to pull out this crazy pocket pick just to start it off the league, yes, you'll get in their heads and they'll be like, is that Chen, like, moving forward? Is that going to be a position 1? Is that going to be position 3? Like, I don't even know. But, like, you play mind games with teams, and I really like that. So it'd be interesting if they did that moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. This is the conditioning effect, right? You pick this crazy hero at the very first game, and all of a sudden, the teams that are going to fight you, they'll be thinking, oh, damn, this Chen is gonna be a post one or something. We might as well just ban out the Chen. So it kind of gives them some kind of advantage when it comes to drafting. And speaking about this, you're seeing the very early Timbersaw pick. You don't normally pick Timbersaw this early when you don't see any cores coming up from the opponent side. So I'm interested in why they pick this Timbersaw. Are they going to flex this Timbersaw to something else other than post 3? We'll see.
I mean, we know KYXY plays it. We know, like, it has potential. It has, but I do find it's a bit early. I would have preferred it the 4th pick of the team as opposed to the 3rd, because you're giving away a lot of information, and then the other teams can kind of counter in kind with a lot of magic damage. I think it's still a little bit early for me.
Exactly, same to me as well. Now Galaxy Racer, they have 3 picks to counter this Timbersaw. Viper is in the pool. I know the fact that KYXY, he loves Viper offlane. Yes, I know this sounds crazy as well. We haven't seen a lot of Viper offlane, but in this particular case, it could be good. Viper against Chan, against Timbersaw, sounds perfect to me.
Would you see that lane? Would it be a Chen Timber? I mean, then you can have the Clockwork as layer 5, so to speak.
Oh, all right. So
okay, so
here. I'm not sure here actually. Chan and Timbersaw completely countered by the AA pick. This seems to be a brilliant AA pick, and we might see Snapfire be on the core role. It's either the offlane role or the mid role. But as for my understanding on Alacrity, I think he would rather play heroes that have lots of mobility, especially like the Spirit heroes. Ember Spirit and Void Spirits are his absolute favorites here, and they are not getting banned out yet. Oh, except for the Void Spirit, of course. He still has Ember. Ember looks pretty fine here. Looking at Neon's esports hero, they don't have very hard lockdown.
And I love the fact that, like, Neon are just very flexible with their picks, right? Like Yopaj, we see him, he plays Tiny Mid, he plays Earth Spirit, some of his most highly picked heroes in the BTS. So, like, we know that this guy can do almost anything. And, you can even first pick him a Tiny and he would be fine. Just lane matchup aside, he should be okay. But it creates a lot more flexibility in terms of what you can pick. Like, you're not forced into putting, like, a Snapfire 5, Tiny 4, and then you're kind of just going inwards. Very predictable and teams can outdraft you. But if you're flexible in this case, you can do things like the AA5 and you just kind of pull this out. You can actually pick another offlaner here. I mean, the world is your oyster, so to speak.
Oh yeah, definitely. The one thing that the higher tier teams do a lot is that they always keep their heroes role in this grid. So the predictability is always very low. It's hard to tell which hero is going which role, so that you don't get too hard of a counter by the enemy. And these two teams, they have all the flexibility in the world right now. Looking at their draft, this Ember Spirit most likely is going to be on the hand of Yopaj, but who knows? Scam could play that as well. And yeah, Ember Spirit getting snatched away by Neon Esports, and Void Spirit, Earth Spirit are being banned. The one last Spirit heroes is going to be the Storm and will be picked up by Alacrity. And I love this. There's no hard lockdown once again by Neon, except for the chain coming up from Ember Spirit. So I can see this Storm getting out of control.
Yeah, it's a really nice pick here. I mean, just completely countering what they're trying to do. Neon needs something to just kind of have this lockdown for the Storm. So what do you see as that last pick for Neon?
It seems to me that they are still lacking of a winning condition on their post one, unless they want to go crazy and really have the trend on post one. But I don't think so, because you're playing against a Storm. You don't really want to have lineups that have very low room of error, so you might want to grab yourself a hard carry here. But the anti-mage, the best carry against the Storm is getting banned out, so there's really not much choices left for both of the side, because right now, coming into the last phase of the draft, most of the carry or even the better carries will get banned out.
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying to target it, trying to protect it right now. Obviously with that AM ban there. But Neon Esports actually banned the Gyro. Would Gyro have kind of rounded out this draft for Galaxy, do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. Gyro is fantastic against the Chan. A lot of magic damage for the Timbersaw as well. Also, when you're playing a Storm Spirit, you kind of want a carry that can start engaging in the fights pretty early on, so that you don't really have to rely everything on the Storm. Because Storm, he wants to play with his tempo, he wants to emphasize on his orchid timing whatsoever. So I do like the gyro ban coming out from Neon. My concern is, will they ban out the Swan themselves on Neon? Because I do think that Swan is still available and is very good against Chen and Team Bristol.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, there's a potential for,
10 seconds.
you know, I mean, there's definitely a lot of scary heroes that's still out there. I think that, you know, we're going to have to see exactly what they kind of think through. I mean, the Galaxy Racer here with their Malaysia team is going to be the last pick here. Or second to last pick, excuse me. But we'll see something. We definitely need probably a hard carry, something to just kind of flex this one, just to kind of deal with this. And you also want a good laner against Timber. I think that's something you really need to think
Monkey
about.
King? All right.
Okay.
They went for the Ricky, so they wanted a carry hero that offers a higher tempo, and Ricky is definitely one of them. All you have to do is grab your diffuser blade at a decent timing, and you can just keep fighting. The only thing is that I wonder how well Ricky does against the Timbersaw on lane, because I don't see this Ricky having a good time against Timbersaw.
Yeah. I don't foresee it being a good lane for him either. So, but okay, Snapfire 3 or Tiny 3 for this?
Definitely the Sapphire 3.
Okay, I like that.
I think you want to have the Sapphire on a good lane so that he can go for some aura items like the Guardian Greaves. Yeah, the pipe. So because if you are having Tiny on that, then no one else on the team can be buying the aura items.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna need it. Neon Esports. Okay, so what is the counter to Ricky here? What are you looking for? What is that?
I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but Neon Esports are all about craziness. Do you think a bounty hunter carry could work here? I mean, we have seen a lot of bounty hunter countering Ricky.
It does, but in a way, you don't really have. Okay, so they've gone Magnus here, a little bit more conventional than the bounty hunter. But my only issue is that they don't really have that lockdown for the Storm, and Magnus kind of checks those boxes in a way. I mean, you have a little bit team fight, you have a little bit control. You can obviously be very strong on your own in terms of your power and all that. So the potential's there. The combination, obviously, that with Ember Spirit really works well. So I like this pick here.
Yeah, I think this is one of the heroes that can outskill a lot of the fighting carry, especially because Ricky, obviously, once he grabs his diffuser blade, he will want to look for farm. But if Neon Esports are able to defend themselves nicely against the Ricky, then this Magnus would have all the space on the world to just take over all the farm and eventually out carry both Spawn Spirit and the Ricky. Once the Magnus gets his BKB, I don't know what Galaxy Hero can do about that. They'll just have to kite the Magnus out and hopefully not give away a multi-man RP to the Magnus. Otherwise, this Magnus would just get out of hand.
I love it how Scam is actually his own name in game is Neon Fanboy. So we're all fanboys now. I think that we're looking forward to it. Obviously, the players have chosen they're going to be loading up very, very soon. We know the lineups. We know everything that's going to happen. But there are some concerns for the Galaxy Racer esport lineup. I think this Ricky's really got to start popping off. Has to have a good lane against his Timber. That's like the biggest thing to me. I think a lot of weight is going to be on Ghost and making sure that he kind of carries his team. But who do you like going into the game?
Looking at the draft, I really like Neon Esports. I feel like if they manage to, like what you say, if they manage to win the Ricky lane, I think this Timbersaw can get out of control very easily. And of course, the mid lane matchup is going to be something we need to look out for. Ember Spirit versus Storm. If your Push if your Push plays well, he might actually force the Storm Spirit into the jungle very early on and start rotating in the map, creating a lot of space for the Magnus. And if that happens, I do feel like the Magnus will be able to get lots of farm and eventually out carry both the Storm and the Ricky.
Okay. All right. I see it. I mean, best of luck to both teams. This is the first game that they're playing in the league for Top Clans 2020. So there's a lot at stake. And obviously a lot of bragging rights because this is all SCA and you want to be the best in the region. So we're going to get into the game here. And it looks like Tiny and AA are trying to get some sort of pickoff as they're going to the high ground, trying to catch them on the low ground, potentially, for that bounty rune steal.
Yeah, speaking about being the best, like right now it's a very chaotic situation for Southeast Asia, especially with Fnatic, TNC going into rebuilding form. I think this is the best chance for most of the lower tier teams to catch up to them. And obviously we have seen BTS Pro Series, MTG kind of just surprises everybody and got to the first place. And one thing I want to share is that yesterday Galaxy Razor was playing another tournament. They were up against Motivate Trust Gaming as well, and they 2-0 them. So it means that Galaxy Razor themselves, they are doing pretty well as well. So even though their draft might not look as good as Neon's, but I wouldn't count them out completely.
And one thing I've noticed is that a lot of the teams are kind of they're building teams based on what country they're in. Like normally it'd be like SCA and you would have like a player from Thailand, you know, Malaysia. Like you kind of mix it up a little bit. But right now I feel like the teams, like even Neon Esports, straight up Filipino team. You have a Malaysian team in Neon. So like, I mean, sorry, not in Galaxy Racer. So like the teams kind of are gearing up differently.
Yeah, I think you just have to adjust to the COVID situation, right? If you're having players from another country, it's tough to get them into the boot camp. It's tough for the further, you know, it's tough for everything communication wise. How are you going to watch replays together? It's just tough. So I think right now, because of how the circumstances are, it's better to have the full lineup of same nationality. Just like what Galaxy Razor is doing right now. They are also building the team during the COVID situation, and I think that to themselves, it's best that they get 5 Malaysian players.
Yeah, and we're starting off with a. You're talking about how Storm kind of can fall off and get pushed into the jungle, and 343 here is just kind of chilling in the river mid, and it's going to be a little bit of 2-on-2 action in the mid lane. You don't see that every day.
Yeah. I think we only see 2-on-2 action in the mid lane back when Sumail is still in the EG, and everybody tried to shut down Sumail because we all know that one-on-one, there's no way you shut down Sumail one-on-one. So 2-on-2 kind of just become the thing when Sumail was dominating. But here, I love the fact that 343 is helping out his power a little bit, and bottom side Distress is also just doing the pull creep shenanigans so that he could get to level 2 as early as possible.
And John Wells here, he's got his creep to start things off. He didn't actually take Divine Favor for that passive regen, so a little bit of an interesting start. And in the top lane where they've left Ricky alone to the Timber. Are you concerned about Ghost and him being solo against his Timber?
Definitely, I'm very concerned about this. I'm not sure if that's the best counter to Timbersaw, but we know that you have to help out Akriti a bit, so this is kind of the opportunity cost that you have to suffer for. It's just that I don't know if this is the best response. You don't want to give Timbersaw too good of a lane, because we all know that the best timing to shut down Timbersaw is pre-level 3. Once Timbersaw gets his level 2 reactive armor, there's just nothing much you can do about that.
But Flame Guard here, keeping Yopaj up alive a little bit. He has to Fairy Fire. He's going to back up under tower, and Alacrity doing a pretty good job of zoning right there.
Yeah, very good recognition. He knows that he has the bottle and Yopaj doesn't have it yet, so he could rely on that to do extra harassment. On bottom side,
yeah,
there's just not much Tiny can do about that with the summon unit coming out from Chen. Oh, the courier! It's gonna get
courier. A little bit of miss micro there by Ghost, a little too deep, and he was in a bad spot compared to where the delivery needed to go to. If you're going to get an Amazon delivery sent to your, the enemy territory, you're going to probably have a rough time. So Yopaj
looking at the last hits though, Alacrity is definitely doing very well compared to Yopaj. About what 9 last hit above Yopaj, and he's gonna grab some power rune. Oh, there's still a bounty rune there for Alacrity, so nicely done by the side of. Yeah.
Pretty nicely done. I mean, just because of the nice little boost and a little bit of regen that they're going to need. But Playhard, he's trying to mess up with the creep. They get the Snapfire Cookie in the bottom lane, and Neon Fanboy Scam is running for his life. He's getting a little low, but a couple right clicks even from Snapfire there, and he should be fine.
This is going to move towards the power rune. Securing power rune is very important, especially when your mid lane is any hero like the Spirits or the Quap. you want to always secure power rune for them, and very luckily for never mind. Because of the Chan, Tiny has to grab the Invi rune himself. So none of the mid players get their bottle refilled.
Yeah, and Yopaj's been kind of zoned out. Alacrity's actually getting some tower damage, throwing out a couple right clicks there. But 343 is getting gone on here. The Sultan Battery, and a little too much with the Flare, and that's going to be first blood with the Sleight of Fist going the way of Yopaj. Oh, they got the pullback here, and they've got Destrous with the Avalanche Toss combo, and Ember gets destroyed.
Is this hashtag worth giving away the first split and then getting a revenge kill about that? That seems pretty worth to me, especially if you're looking at Alacrity's perspective. Now he gets a complete free lane, and AA is TPing from the base to refill his border. So very nice timing for the Storm Spirit. Bottom side, the strikes have to be really careful though. He's getting slow.
He's trying to secure the room, but he realizes it's a little too dangerous, and Skem is there, so he needs to just skedaddle off, and he should be fine. But he did not get the rune, unfortunately. A little bit of farming here in the easy camp. I believe that was stacked, and Storm's got a fast, I believe, level 6.
Yeah.
And AA's running for his life. Look at him with his 4 hands.
Looking at this top lane, once this Timbersaw reach level 6, Ghost is going to get kicked out of the lane very easily with the Chakram spams. So this is going to be a very hard Timbersaw to control. I don't see any heroes on the Galaxy Racer side to be able to burst him down quickly unless you want to invest the Mortimer Storm pieces. But you also have to hit every single one of them.
Caddy. Yep. But AA is in position as well. Mind you, Ricky's only got 25 last hits, right? Not the greatest of start versus the 35 of Timber, and he's literally under tower. He's going to be level 6 somewhat soon. So something to keep note of.
Yep, someone has to do something on this Timbersaw. He's tanking all the tower hits so that he could have the catapult hit as much hits on the tower. Someone have to come and kill the catapult, otherwise this tower is just about to be gone very soon. Mid lane, the Strides is still looking for something, trying to get the Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit with the level 3 Flame Guard, he's not easy to burst down.
Yeah, are you okay with no chains early? I mean, the single point is very, very low and does very little, but the fact that he's gone 0-4-4, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm foreseeing him to get at least one chain. Well, when he wants to start rotating. Right now, he's just looking to use the Flame Guard to get as much level as he can, because he's not looking to move so early yet. Because Timbersaw is completely fine by himself. Magnus is also a hero that just want to focus on farming. So there's not much Ember can do on the side lanes. So I kind of like his choices here.
And I like the fact that Storm is actually top in terms of the snack with the Rocket Flare in addition to it, just to help out. And Yopaj with the Flame Guard and a Sleight of Fist. And hopefully he doesn't die. He does need to be a little bit careful, and he has to Tango on up or just Quelling Blade that tree, but he should be fine. And Alacrity has his own stack.
Yeah, look at these some small details of these better teams. They always have the Nature's Camp stacked, and then they'll just clear it at 7 minutes so that they can get all the neutral items at once. And this is happening both on the Neon side and Galaxy Racer side as well. So both of the mid laners are just focusing on farming right now.
Yeah, and Yopaj is here for the first rotation. He does find the Ricky, and they do have the dust, but he actually blinks away, and he's been hidden. Although he's been spotted by the dust, he gets Chakram to there, the Snapfire Cookie, and he's going to dodge that. Yopaj is looking to turn this around, goes right on 343, and he burns them up with the Flame Guard, and they want more. Okay, nope. Looks like the TP's going to dissuade them, and they're going to just back up here, and it's been canceled.
Yeah, this is the Timbersaw effect. Once Timbersaw gets to his, level 7, level 8, but KYXY here is going to get punished.
KYXY is just going to get destroyed there. They thought they were completely out, and Snapfire is just going to get destroyed there.
Triple kill going into the way of Ember Spirit. This is what happens, right? Once Ember Spirit decides to move to the side lanes, immediately he has 1 point up on the chain. So very great play coming from your perch.
Yeah. Goes TP bottoms, a little bit more farm, a little bit of space. You can't really deal with the Timber and the Ember in the top lane, but it looks like they're going to sacrifice the T1 top for this.
Seems like Alacrity on the Storm Spirit have a lot of burden on himself. Ghost is not having a great lane, KYXY neither, so a lot of responsibility are falls under Storm Spirit's shoulder. He needs to make something happen soon.
Yeah, but it's like this weird in-between stage. It's not the early laning stage. It's not the mid lane. But like it's the time where Alacrity needs to get the Storm needs to get the Orchid. You know what I mean? So there's like that like pause where they're kind of vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. And look at Janelle. He has just been focusing on farming, focusing on his own tempo because he knows that Magnus is completely alone by himself on the lane. So he has spent a lot of time. Alright, mid lane though. Ghost is trying to make something happen.
Blast and as well, and Clock is gonna get destroyed there. Someone's gonna have to assemble him back in the fountain.
Mm-hmm. But just a kill on the post 4. They have accomplished nothing, not a single hit on the enemy tower. So Play Hard will be completely fine by giving away this kill. But 3-4-3, he has managed to put down a very deep ops, scouting the farm coming up from Magnus. And Scam
and Scam actually finds him. He gets the shockwave, and he's gonna look to fight this. 3-4-3 is trying to run for his life. He was just sapping XP, and that's all he wanted. But now he's got to run for his life. The Ice Vortex is down, slowing him down. And Timber's on the way. One other one, the Skewer back. Yeah, and that should be it. Oh, but they got the toss in for Yopaj, and Destrus is running for his life as well. And the chains is gonna lock him into place, and Yopaj gets another kill.
Yeah, nice double kill from the side of Neon. Magnus is just back to farm right now, and Storm Spirit is still pretty quiet early game. I think he has to start rotating earlier, otherwise when this Chen is starting to group up with his teammates, it's going to be much harder to kill, given that Chen has already completed the map. I think the timing of Neon Esports is hitting very, very soon now. Timbersaw has a hood completed already. I'm not sure how Galaxy Razor are going to kill this. They don't have a vessel on anybody yet. They don't even have a vessel buyer.
Yeah, somebody has to get it though, right? And it looks like Neon have kind of focused on this mid T1, which is probably the most important T1 tower of all of them. They get the chains in on Destrus. They got the Chakram as well, and he just gets killed. Mortimer Kisses on the back end of this. Alacrity is going to just try to zip away. Clock goes down, and they've got Snapfire cooking on KYXY, but 3-4-3 stuck in the cogs, and he does get killed in the end. And it looks like Alacrity's gonna zip away. Oh no, he's been chained. He's gonna look to fight this. They use the RP on him, and Alacrity goes down. Ghost is in position. They don't have vision. He gets the backstab on him and is looking to go for Skem, but Skem actually screws him back on her tower, and he's gonna trick his trade, and he does go down. So Ghost gets something out of this. Yopaj is looking for him. He gets the courier, and that should be the end of it.
Yeah, nice involvement by Ricky. You don't really see the Ricky evolving in team fights too early, especially without the diffuser blade. But they're sensing the urgency, and he wants more. He gets the deny.
Goose has actually been chained in. He's gonna trick to the trade just to buy himself time to get on out of that. JG's actually getting a little low. He Timber chains away. The Cogs is actually gonna push them back. And they're running for their life right now. Ghost has been revealed. They got the pullback on on Yopaj, and he's gonna remnant on. Okay, he remnants away. Alacrity zips on one more time. The hook back to the creep, and he should be fine.
Nice disengage coming up from Neon side. They have a lot of heroes that can just get out with a very great mobility. And Storm really, being only level 10, he doesn't want to spend most of his mana pursuing. I think this is a pretty good scrimmage for both of the sides. I think they can both accept this result. Magnus, like you said, a pretty reliable hero to counter the Storm with the RP, especially with the steering chain, controlling the Storm. I foresee Storm having the need to go for a quick BKB. Otherwise, he'll have nothing to get away from this steering chain.
Oh, they found it. Hey, play hard in the 3-4-3 in the river by himself. Yeah, he used the blast, but he's gonna die for this. More farming by Alacrity here.
By Neon right now.
Yeah, it's so weird because it's like 10-5, right, in favor of Neon. Yet the top two net worth are from the Dire. So it just seems exactly. a little off.
I feel like Neon could start utilizing the power of the 5-man. They have got really good 5-man capability here, especially with the Hand of God coming out from Chen. The only thing they have to be afraid of is the Ice Blast coming out from AA. So they have to be careful with not grouping up together and get a multiple Ice Blast. Bottom side, Timbersaw is gonna just push the tower a bit, but Magnus has no interest in involving anything. He just wants to get to his dagger timing and start fighting after that.
Yeah, and Timbersaw is actually going pipe first, which I'm okay with, especially since all that magic damage from Galaxy Racer. Definitely something that you need to do, but I think that that's pretty much, once they get pipe, I think that that's a moment where they're going to be looking to do, oh, but the ball lightning deep, and they pull on back. They do find Yopaj with the silence as well, but the Mortimer Kisses is actually going to kill Play Hard as well, so it's a 2 for nothing. Really nice engagement there.
Yep, very good appearance for the Orchid as well. This is the first Orchid usage, and again a surprise kill on the Ember. What I want to see here is that they pursue harder to get the mid tier 1 tower. Otherwise, the 2 kills would not be so worthwhile anymore. And it seems like they want more here. They are all smoking up.
Oh, it's been revealed. They found. They've got him all the way in, and JG just completely caught out by that. So he tanked the smoke there. And it looks like they're going to push for T2 mid, or at least they're moving around. They're definitely getting some deep wards in. Oh, ball lightning in, and they're just going to look for creeps, and they got the clumsy nets, and Ember thought he was fine. Yopaj is trying to fight this, but he's been ice blasted, he's been silenced, and he cracks under pressure, and Scam is looking to fight this one. He's been silenced. Ghost is looking to go. The Cogs in the back. They do catch out Alacrity. He ball lightning's out of it, but he's running for his life. He does have the bottle, and he does have the rune, so he has a little bit more regen. They've used the dust, trying to get something. Destrous actually jumps in forward, gets the toss on back on Jonuel, and they catch him out. Hand of God has now been used. Timber Chain as well, Chakram, and the Snapfire Cookie is not going to save Destrous, and they're looking to run this one out and trying to get what they can. Timber Chain one more time, and they're looking to go for KYXY. Ghost is in, Tricks of the Trade. He's doing a lot of work, and they've got the Timber, who went a little too deep. He was by himself, and Ghost wants more. He's looking to go for Play Hard. He's got him cogged on in, and that's not the fight you want to be in. Ghost is continue to go in. The Snapfire Cookie is actually going to be a little off the mark, but Tricks of the Trade will solve that.
Yeah, all these chaotic fights are so favorable for Galaxy Razor because you have both Storm and Ricky. They are so great in picking off heroes that are by their own, and Neon just give all the fights that Galaxy want to them. The only way Neon Esports can win this fight are they are prepared and formation and have their formation protected. Otherwise, they'll just get picked off one by one, left and right, by the heroes from Galaxy Razor. So very good fights coming out from the dire side in forcing this unfavorable fight coming out from Neon. They are so good in outnumbering Neons as well. And you have this Drum and Mac coming out from Starfire. Just a very good stay-up boost to the Ricky and the Storm.
It's kind of crazy with JG just being as aggressive as he was. Like, he thought he was, he was the aggressor and he thought he was going in. But then Ghost is like, all right, you want to go after one of my teammates? Let's go. And he ends up destroying everybody. And that's like the power of the defusal that we talked about, right? Especially early in this game where once he gets defusal, like, this Ricky is going to be fine.
Yeah, and most of the time he's just he's just chaining in and trying to 1 versus 5, and he totally underestimated the damage that Galaxy Razor could do, and he got punished by that. And right now, because of that unfortunate event, now Galaxy Razor got all their basic items, and they are looking strong to be able to just kill off Neon Esports hero with 1 go.
Yeah, they've got a smoke on here. They want to catch something and just kind of turn this around. If they get one single gank, I mean, they're baiting with JG here, trying to get something, but I mean, if they're going to go on JG, they're going to probably bring more than, 2 or 3 heroes with them, so probably not the best bait, but they're just kind of going into the lower end of the river and trying to catch out somebody.
Yeah, exactly. They'll have to invest. They'll have to commit the Ice Blast on Timbersaw as well if they want to bring him down, but one thing they have to be really careful is the counter initiate coming out from Magnus. He has got his Blink Dagger, so you don't want to be too clamped up when you are trying to focus down the Timbersaw. Otherwise, you might get a few man RP and the game, and all of a sudden the team fight might just change.
Yeah, it changes everything. And Timber actually has his pipe. He's going to get Yule's next. But 343 is just doing a little bit of warding. But he's been hooked on in the Chakram as well. But Ghost, they do have the silence, and it's going to create a little bit of a chaotic mess here. Timber's been silenced as well, but Play Hard. Oh, the Centaur Stomp is actually keep him there, but no, but the Mortimer Kisses does end up killing Play Hard there. And JG's running for his life, and reactive armor is not enough. The Ball Lightning, the Remnant coming in from Yopaj, but he's been tossed on up, and Jonuel is somehow still alive. Ghost is actually very low, does need to be a little bit careful. The Clumsy Net is now going to be used, and it's on Skem, who's been silenced one other time, and these silences have been on point, and they want more. And they're going for Yopaj, who has the Remnant away, and he's going to look to TP. The tricks of the trade just not enough, and there's no actual stun for him.
Wow, these fights are so messy for Neon. Like, their heroes are just getting picked off one by one. They're just running in every single direction, different directions. So it's very hard for Scam to get a very good counter initiation with the RP, especially with all this chain silence coming out from Storm and Ricky. Without the BKB, it's very hard for Scam to just do anything in this kind of fights. I think Neon, if they want to win in these team fights, they have to start communicating more, because it looks like me that all of their players are just not in the same page.
The ball lightning, and they found JG all by himself with the Ice Blast, and that should be the death of the Timber there. But back to the last fight, Ricky, his smoke screens have really been on point. They've been team fight winning smoke screens. The amount of chaos and the fact that you can't fight into it and they have to just run out of it, it just creates so much chaos there. So Ghost has really been on point with that.
Yeah, we have question about this Ricky pick, but Ghost definitely showing us that Ricky could do a lot more than we could imagine. Oh, Roshan is very low though, and
but they found it. They do know it's near. Ghost is gonna just blink strike forward. The Ice Blast is gonna be there. It's gonna connect onto maybe one. But Yopaj is still around, and they just want more. They've got Playhard locked into those cogs, and I feel like every time he cogs somebody, he just dies in it. So you're going to have a buyback from Scam, and they really need to protect themselves, or they want to protect Roshan, that is.
Yeah, the targeting from Galaxy Razor is just on point this game. Every single time Ghost jumps in, commit to someone else, Alacrity will surely follow up.
Ball lightning one other time, and they thought they were going to go for Roche, but they just killed Skem. That's a dieback, and it's a godlike for Ghost, and 343's around. They've got the Chakram as well. Ghost is just continuing to fight this. The smoke screen on point again. A nice clumsy net, excuse me, with the Ice Blast. I just combined those two. And KYXY is looking to fight this one. Play hard. Okay, dies one other time. The silence on Yopaj. He gets pulled on back. And a toss, and that's going to be the death of Yopaj one other time. It's a 4 for 2, but it's a dieback from Magnus. Scam. Pretty unfortunate there.
What a move coming up from Galaxy Razor. They saw the buyback coming up from Scam, but they know that Scam is not interested in fighting them without the BKB. So they know that, alright, you buy back, you must be eager to find some farm to salvage that. So instantly Galaxy Razor smoke to the triangle, catching Scam again, just silencing him. There's nothing Scam could do without the BKB. And all of a sudden, the goal lead comes to 12k. And with the AGs on hand, with such net worth advantage, Galaxy Razor is just looking to completely snowball Neon here.
Just the way they did it, though, you know, like they thought Neon was like, oh, okay, we just bought back, we got to play a little bit safe. They're gonna go for Roche, they're gonna take their time, and they were just completely like, oh, just giving that up. But the fact that like Scam was still nearby and they did like a fake back and they just smoked on in, they caught him out. That was like an amazing call.
Yeah, definitely, it could be a game-winning call as well, because you bought back, die back, and now you are two components behind for the BKB, and suddenly with your draft, you're supposed to be snowballing and standing at the high ground at the jungle of your enemy, but you're not able to do that and play hard once again. He can't even go to his triangle now. Your NC is not your NC anymore for Neon, and this is not the Neon that I know. I wonder what happened to them.
Well, I mean, they ran into Galaxy Racer, let's be honest here. This is, they've been on point. They got the silence to pull back one other time, and they've got the Hand of God to keep him up alive, at least for a second, but he died in mid-air. So, pretty epic death.
The coordination coming here from Galaxy Razor today is just fantastic. Every time one guy jumps to another, there will surely be one follow-up from either the Tiny or the Storm, or even the Ice Blast has been on point as well. Look at Tiny once again.
One other time. I mean, they have burst, they have magic damage, they have the silence. They just like, this is like the dream for them. Like they'll just completely hard counter this Timber. Alacrity is just gonna kind of just farm. But it looks like they want to catch out Chen and Magnus here. They found Alacrity. He's a little bit low on mana, and he's looking to fight this. The RP is going to be used, the Skewer as well. Or sorry, the Shockwave. But at what cost with Aegis being expired? And Alacrity comes back and he's like, all right, I'm back, buddies.
At what cost? Everything. That cost the Magnus, both and the Chan as well. Once again, BKB is further and further away for Scam. And look at the net worth of Sapphire. He's already overtake the 3 cores of Neon side. 16k goalie at 25 minutes. This is gonna be tough for Neon. And one thing Galaxy Eraser has been doing well is that they have been very disciplined. They are not a team that will give very crucial mistakes to their opponent. And right now,
the Ice Blast catches onto 2. Yopaj is trying to run for his life. He remnants away. The Chakram unleashed on the high ground. He's gonna get out of that with a Snapfire cookie there, but Yopaj, man, I mean, this is a tough game. Tough game.
Yeah, they have to start utilizing this RP coming up from Magnus. You know, they've got fantastic bait. The front line of Ember and Timbersaw, they could definitely try to survive the initial jump from Galaxy Razor, and you can always utilize that to get a beautiful RP with the counter initiation. But that just haven't happened at all this game.
Yeah, and it looks like their Galaxy Racer are still kind of sticking around, just controlling the top end. And it looks like, you know, Neon doesn't really have anything else that they can do. They've got the bottom as well, but I mean, like, look at the top 3 are all to Dire, right? The Galaxy Racers. They're just kind of completely dominating this lane. But like, Neon, do you need a smoke gank? What do you need to do to get back in this game?
Just like I say, you have to position your Timbersaw and Ember Spirit at the baiting position and hope that Scam could get a beautiful RP into a multiple man one and then try to kill them. If you can do that, I don't see any other way that you can turn the team fight around, unless the side of Galaxy Razor decides to, you know, overstand a little bit and give away some free kills. But given that they are disciplinary so far, that's gonna be hard to happen.
They're meeting. I mean, they've completely switched sides here. And the Ice Blast, they do have it, and they do find it. Alacrity just ball lightnings on forward. He does find Scam and Mortimer Kisses on top of that, and the toss in as well. And both of those guys go down. Yopaj is going to just TP to the top lane, just create a little bit of, you know, fix some of the lanes. But, I mean, all he can do is push at this point.
Yeah, it's all about punishing for Galaxy Razor now. Because Ricky and Storm are not the best hero when it comes to tower pushing. So you don't want to have the Ricky hitting the tower. It'll just create openings for Neon side to punish them. So all they do right now is to run around the map, fix the lane, kill anybody that's trying to split push. This is what Ghost is trying to do if he could get some lucky bashes.
Oh my gosh, the bashes, the stuns, he's BKB just to keep himself alive. And he actually remnanted very close to Ghost. But he should be okay, but that's a wasted charge there.
Yeah. And now we are really seeing the risk the risk is coming out by picking the Timbersaw so early. Because once you don't get the Timbersaw point rolling, it all of a sudden feels like Timbersaw has no place in this game. What could he do? Except for tanking a bit of spells. He really couldn't do anything offensive. Or strategically, you're not pushing lanes, you're not split pushing or anything. It just feels like Timbersaw is starting to become a non-factor this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, how does Galaxy Racer just close out this game? Like, what do they need to do?
They need another Roshan, it seems. Because if you want to go to the high ground, especially against the Magnus, you have to get yourself an Aegis. And since they get Aegis pretty early on, so they have to wait for a while for the second Roshan to respawn. Right now, it's all about minimizing mistakes and trying to punish Neon as many times as they can, and just keep enlarging the net worth until you have a couple of items ahead. Then you can look to close out the game.
Okay. I mean, I like the fact that Neon are just sticking through this. They're not like GGing out of this, tapping out early, and they're just kind of. Because, you know, in a game of Dota, you definitely can come back, right? You just need to find that right pick-off and just that perfect team fight that we talked about. I think that definitely needs to be done, but it is definitely an uphill battle at this point. And the amount of space that they can farm with is just super difficult right now, with literally all 5 of them in the mid lane, and it looks like they've smoked on up here. They're trying to get something.
The BKB is up on Scam, so this is the perfect timing for them to do something. They could catch Galaxy Razor off guard here if they are not careful.
that Lane is pushing is good. There's someone has to show, somebody needs to reveal it. And Snapfire is really not the one you want to go on. Okay, that is the one they want to go on. They got the hook shot, the cogs for pushing him back a little bit, and Alacrity does end up destroying the Chen. He dies very, very quickly. The clock as well, and they got the RP on Destris, and the Timber Chain forward, but the Ice Blast, and just doing so much work, and the triple kill already for Alacrity, and they want more. They've got more. They've gotten all 5, and they've got a buyback from clock. And it's just the GGs have been called. 29 minutes. It was just that one last hurrah. Could we do it? And unfortunately, Galaxy Racer says, no, you cannot. And ends the game.
Yeah, they'll need the star to align there in the team fight for them to have a last chance to come back. But the coordination from Galaxy Racer is just beautiful. Look at the items that Storm have. Orchid, hacks, the chain silence, chain stuns are just way too much for the Magnus to deal with. Unfortunately, Scam didn't get the snowballing game that he wanted to. I think the buyback coming out, the dieback from Magnus was just costing the game too much. That was a winning smoke call coming out from Galaxy Racer. Whoever that did that, I think that deserved an MVP for that. So pretty well done by Galaxy Racer. Very clean game.
Very clean. And I think it's coming back to the drafting. Like the whole Timber being picked that early, I think that was like a dead giveaway. That was very difficult to come back from, you know, especially since they were prepared. They had the magic damage, they had the burst, they had all of that to kind of just deal with this. But I think that, you know, I think Neon really need to go back into the drawing board, understand what they did wrong. It's more than just this game that kind of snowballed out of control, because they were in the game. It was pretty even to begin with, especially in the first 10 minutes or so. But then there was that tipping point where that defusal on Ghost happened, and like he just tore it up, and it was like straight downhill. If we're looking at the graphs, it's going to be like, you know, straight downhill in terms of how that worked out.
Yeah, I think the Storm and Ricky really just destroyed the tempo that Neon was trying to get. And then after that, it just seems like Neon is crumbling here and there. They are desperately trying to find fights. And until one point, they realized that without the BKB on Magnus, there's just no fight to begin with. And very good, just very clinical game coming out from Galaxy Racer. They played this, the coordination was perfect. The disciplinary is also on point. But I know that Neon is much better than this. They are much better than what they showed us in the game 1. So I still have high hopes for Neon to bounce back strong in the second game to equalize this series. But we should not be underestimating Galaxy Racer as well, especially after their showing in the game 1.
Yeah. So, okay. So what do you tell, if you're the coach of Neon right now, what do you tell the team?
I mean,
before you tell the team, sorry, let's go into the quick highlight. This is where 343 is running, and he gets destroyed here, the first blood, and that's going to be your caption that you need to ensure that you did it. And so its first blood is going to be there, it's going to be used. So all the people that I saw some comments, at least on Facebook, there was maybe some on Twitch, but it's as easy as literally putting, and we're going to have the winners up here. This is going to be Stanley Jenkins. Congratulations. We'll reach out to you. We'll figure out how to pass those Dota 2 cosmetics to you. But apologies, please go on. As coach, what do you tell Neon?
Well, first of all, shout out to Stan. Like, he was the former content manager for Reality Rift, so he's definitely super thrilled to see Galaxy Racer playing so well. And second thing is that if I were Neon's coach, I would tell them to be a bit more patient, because I feel like they are taking things too rushed here. Especially you can see Timbersaw trying eagerly to jump into a few mans, trying to, you know, be tanky for his team, but the rest of his team is just not there. And I feel like they are not on the same page as well. So you want to regroup your team, ask them to have a bit of composure, and then fight back stronger at the second game.
Okay, great. So wise words from Arthur. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with Game 2, Neon Esports Galaxy Racer, coming up soon.
Sawasdeeค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลย เพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะ ส่วนตัวเนยแบบเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนเจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020. Iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Jika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is Passion! Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Hello and welcome back to Game 2. It's going to be Neon Esports and Galaxy Racer. We just saw Galaxy Racer pull out that win. Really nicely played there. My name is Holler. This is Arthur. What are your thoughts on that one?
It was very impressive coming out from Galaxy Racer. And for Neon side, this is definitely not the Neon that we are familiar with, but given their ability to come back, they have always shown to be able to come back from behind. So I'm in full faith that they will be able to bring better performance into equalizing the series. But Galaxy Racer as well, we should not underestimating them. And I feel like that seems pretty unstoppable right now, because I told you yesterday they were playing in another tournament. They 2-0 Moderate Trust, so you definitely feel like they're on the roll right now.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you don't win every single game, let's be honest, and you do have other games, but this is pretty much, I'm not going to say do or die, but it's close to that for Neon Esports, because these group stages are super important. Of course, every team playing a round robin with the 4 different teams. You have a best of 2, so you're literally only playing 6 games. That's all you have. And if you're coming out the loser on this one, you got to start winning out with the other ones, right? And so if you want to create, don't want to put too much pressure on yourselves for the next games coming up, you definitely want to win this one out and come out with a draw.
Yeah, especially given that all these teams in Group B, they are so even, at least on paper. You have got escalation on Wise for the other series today, but all these teams, they're super even. So dropping a single game could actually be the game changer or the tournament changer for any of the teams here. So only 6 games, like you say, every single game have to be at 110%.
Yeah, and for me, I always look at this as more of like a drafting more than anything else. And I felt like the Ricky pick was just on point. Ghost played amazing that game. I felt like the Timber one for JG was a little too early in the draft. There were potential issues, and there were definitely some holes that Galaxy Racer really attacked. I feel like hopefully in Game 2 they do a little bit better job of kind of masking the picks a little bit better, so that they have a little bit more balance and they're not just completely all in on this JG Timber like they were last game. So I'm looking forward to seeing Game 2 coming up soon.
Exactly. Aside from draft, I think execution side, I mean, Galaxy Racer just out execute Neon in a lot of aspect. You have this Storm plus Ricky on the Galaxy Racer side, and all they want to do is to find mistakes coming out from the opponent side, and then they attack immediately. It's all about punishing, and they did that very well. And Neon, they just keep giving these openings for Galaxy Racer to punish them. They are never together. We all know that divided you split, divided you fall, and that was the exact name of the game for Neon that game. They have to play more discipline, they have to follow their game plan that they wanted, have the Timber Sword in front, position in front, so that Magnus could have a beautiful counter initiation. Nothing of that happened, so I wish to see that more in Game 2.
Maybe Neon Esports were kind of like, oh, we're all about social distancing, even within the game. And they didn't want to be together. Did you ever think about it like that? Maybe they're doing their social responsibility, huh?
True. Maybe they are just showcasing that everybody should, social distance, but games should be starting soon. I don't know if that's definitely the best choice right now, but in game though, I'm not sure. So looking at the first ban, Neon Esports, pay respect to the Snapfire.
Yeah, KYXY was really on point with those things. Just like that hero's just kind of crazy right now. As a position 4 player myself, to be honest, I haven't played any bit of Snap, as weird as that sounds. But I feel like it's super strong and definitely a hero that I should be playing and just getting in that easy MMR, because that hero is kind of broken right now.
Yeah, like just by hearing you that, I know that you haven't been winning too much recently because you're not playing
How dare you?
Snapfire. But anyways, I love the itemization from KOXY as well. Like most of the Snapfire now, they'll just brainlessly rush for Aghanim Scepter. Not that it's bad, but it's just too strong to be not picked up, right? But KOXY, he totally understands his role in the game, which is to buy aura items to provide the sustain. That's why he skipped the Aghanims, he went for Lotus Orb, he went for the Guardian Greaves, so that to make sure that there's some kind of sustainability in the team. Because no one else can pick up those items. And these are the kind of experience that you need to have in a team. That's why veterans is so valuable right now in this era.
All right, since you took a stab at me, I just want to say that I've gained about 400, 500 MMR in the past month, or past 100 games. I'm 80% on Earth Spirit, my win rate. I just haven't played Snapfire. So bam, boom. Okay, all right, let's go into the draft.
This
I just saw
reminds
the
me
Earth
of
Spirit.
the.
I had to say.
This reminds me of the debate that we are all seeing a couple days ago. But let's not talk into that. Spirit, you have 18% win rate on this hero.
I do
don't believe
recently.
that.
Yeah, I really do. I'll even
Are
show
you
you my
smurfing?
screenshot.
Are you smurfing
I'm
in
not
Archon
smurfing.
bracket?
No, I've been playing.
Are you secretly an AK
Don't tell
MMR
them my
player?
secrets. No, I've been playing with a pretty good stack as of late. So, but I think this hero is amazing. I just think that he brings everything that you want in terms of position 4. Like from like level 2 on, I think that the kick and the boulder smash is just good enough to just make some plays, and you make your presence known in all the different lanes. Very very strong hero. I think it's definitely a top 5 position 4 hero, at least for me. But they've gone with a Bloodseeker off lane, probably. What do you think about this hero?
I feel like it's a pretty good response to the Spirit, because one thing that Spirit really afraid of is that someone having some sort of ability to stop his mobility, and Ballistic is definitely one. The silence and the rupture could really damage Spirit to stopping him from doing what he wants to do in a team fight. Also, Bloodseeker, I haven't seen KOXY play this hero before, so I'm very curious with what can they make this happen, because the last time I see Bloodseeker on Galaxy Razor, it was played by Ghost as a very offensive and aggressive carry. So I want to see if what is the role that this Bloodseeker will be fulfilling. And once again, Neon is going back for the Chen, a Spirit plus Chen. You have offensive ability, you have defensive ability. Sounds like a very balanced support duo there. And Galaxy Razor is just gonna respond with the Elder Titan.
I really like the Elder Titan. I think it's super strong right now, and we've seen Zai just dominate on the 3. I mean, but what hero does Zai not dominate on? I think that's the better question. But the fact that Elder Titan is in play, I think that he kind of shuts down a lot of the any sort of like in terms of the draft. If you see an Elder Titan on the other side, you have to be super careful in terms of how you draft, because you need to ensure that you're not picking all the agi heroes. You're definitely not you creating a lot of space, because that stomp into the Earth Splitter is just so great in terms of what he wants to do. It's a really nice compliment to Bloodseeker, and I mean I've seen this guy played literally from position 1 through 5.
Yeah, and also the ability to set up for spells, right? If you get a multiple man storm, you could follow up into a blood rite or anything else that Galaxy Razor are thinking of. But the thing is, Elder Titan never appeared to me as a Southeast Asia hero. We always see Elder Titan being picked up by some European teams, Chinese teams, but just not as often in Southeast Asia. So I'm also very curious with what 343 or Destroyers can do with this hero. But I'm definitely excited for already. And Neon Esports, they know the strength of Elder Titan as well, which is the ability to amp up the damage coming up from his allies. So immediately banning out the Zeus, banning out the Storm Spirit, they can do a lot of magic bursts.
Actually, that's really interesting. Why do you think that the Elder Titan's not so popular here?
The thing is, Elder Titan is fairly harder to play, especially in the laning phase. You have to do everything correctly. You need to stack the small cams, stack the big cams, so you get extra damage. Like all these little details, it just don't sound like things that Southeast Asia support would do. Southeast Asia support are most of the time very straightforward. Stun you, right click you like an Ogre Magi. But anything that requires a lot of tiny mechanical skills, I don't see a lot of C players playing this kind of style of hero.
So you're basically saying that C players aren't smart enough to play Elder Titan?
No, that's not my point.
And where can they find you on social media if they disagree with that? They can find you at Leonardo Dota, right? On Facebook.
Yeah, you guys can always disagree with me, and then come at me. I always welcome very healthy discussion, not just straight up flame.
Okay.
But
Right.
yeah, I don't get me wrong. I do like when Southeast Asia players starting to pick up heroes like that. And Ember Spirit, once again, the Spirit hero by Alacrity, and Monkey King is gonna get picked up by Neon. Pretty good already. Monkey King into 3 mini heroes. I'm starting to love it already, but there is still a lot of counters of Monkey King available in the pool. The Bat Rider, the Viper, things like that.
Don't you think the Monkey King pick is a little early here?
I definitely think that they could still pick Monkey King at the 4th pick, but
They are probably trying to hide the Monkey King's role a bit as well. You can put Monkey King at the mid lane or at the carry lane so far. And Galaxy Razor is going to go for the Skywrath Mage. This is one of the hero that made this Rise popular at the first place. He was very first famous for his Skywrath Mage back, I think 1 year ago when he just reached 9k. Like, he was very popular of this hero, so Ember Spirit plus Skywrath Mage, that's a very nice combo there.
It's a nice combination, and they definitely have the burst, and he's the most annoying laner. But man, there's a point where Sky just kind of falls off, right? He just gets instantly deleted by like a PA just blinking onto him or whatever. But I mean, Destrus is definitely no, average pub player, right? Like, he definitely knows how to play this one. But we're gonna see this Skywrath as a 4, correct?
Yeah, most likely. So the one thing that we don't know so far is that is this Bloodseeker going for carry or the off lane? But Galaxy Racer, they do have the last pick, so I think they might want to just leave the last pick to Ghost unless they find a game-winning off lane that is worth switching Bloodseeker to the +1 for. Otherwise, I think it would be for Ghost for the last pick carry. And Ricky, this time around, it would be picked by Neon, so they want to prove that they themselves can make Ricky worth too.
Yeah, and Ricky was a menace last game, but it was into, heroes like Ember, and it was in, like the ones that want to be casting spells. They don't want to be silenced at any point. So they take a play right out of, Galaxy Racer's playbook in the sense of just, they've got the Ember, they've got the Sky, these very magic, users, and we're just going to just treat them with their own medicine, so to speak.
Yeah, but there's also decent counters coming out from Galaxy Razor though. The Searing Chain, the Silence coming up from Skywrath, the Rupture as well. These are not the spells that Ricky I love to play into. But if they start the Snowball, I could see Ricky definitely running over Galaxy Razor with his ability to just instantly kill off the supports, especially Skywrath Mage and Elder Titan. They are not the tankiest support. They are. If Ricky gets to Snowball, those are just food for Ricky.
Yeah. One thing that concerns me though with Galaxy Racer is that you've got the the Bloodseeker, the Rupture potential, just all of that, but you don't really have, because you know what I mean. It's probably gonna be a Bloodseeker 3, Skywrath 4, at least with what the draft or what they're showing right now. And if he gets a fast 6 or whatever, the Skywrath really can't do much. You know what I mean? Yeah, he can maybe Mystic Flare if he's level 6 at the time, but generally speaking, they might be able to TP away. There's no stun to just make sure that we've locked this guy into place.
Yeah, that's why the timing of row of Atos coming out from Skywrath is very crucial. You want to make sure that Skywrath have a good lane so that he could rush the row of Atos timing. Otherwise, you could simply just TP out if the Ember Spirit or Elder Titan is not around.
All right, so they've.
And it seems like,
yep.
Yeah, Neon is still thinking that Galaxy Razor would pick a post 3 for KOXY, so they ban out the Viper, they ban out the Dead Prophet. These are some of the range offlaner that KOXY has been playing. So very good read coming out from Neon. It also shows that Neon, they are doing homework against Galaxy Razor. They know the shit.
Oh wow, a Rubik pick here. Wait, hang on. How are they laning this then? Ricky carry, Monkey King 2 mid, or are they maybe doing Rubik mid? Is this like a Dendi throwback?
I don't know though. Is there a lot of spells for Rubik to steal? It doesn't seem like it. There's no Fisher, there's no Dragon Slave or anything else like that. I would say this Rubik would be on the post 4, and most likely they can switch. They can always have your patch on the Earth Spirit, right? It's one of his best hero. The only concern I have is, where is this Monkey King going? Is this a post 3 Monkey King?
I
haven't seen that a lot.
Yeah. It's a Yopaj Earth Spirit, Monkey King Scam. Or no, sorry, Ricky Scam.
Yeah.
And then,
but it also could be the Earth Spirit on the post 3 as well, because I think you are picking Monkey King this early because you want the Monkey King and the Ember Spirit matchup, where Monkey King can most likely dominate Ember Spirit and kick him out of the lane. So I think there's a highly probability that Monkey King is going to be ending up at the mid lane. But this also gives Galaxy Razor a lot of information as well.
Like, what do you pick into this? This is like a really squishy potential lineup, but they're going to be on you, and they're going to be on you very fast. Oh, nice Slardar pick. He's got the Crows of Haze for the vision. Definitely tracking both the Monkey King and Ricky are going to be higher on their priority list. What do you think about the pick?
I love it. Like last game, we were suggesting Bounty Hunter against Ricky, right? So this game, Galaxy Razor, they are thinking the same thing, but they are preferring Slada over the Bounty Hunter, and Slada is definitely one of the better picks here. You have got a lot of vision to play with, and Ember Spirit, he's one of the heroes that can best utilize the vision coming out from either the track or the corrosive haze, so that he can always pursue the target with his insane mobility. So I'm definitely loving this Galaxy Razors lineup here. I think Slada against Ricky is also very good on the lane. Like Slada is just great against any melee heroes on the lane. So I can see Slada popping off this game. And Bloodseeker, wow, there's a lot of counters to this Ricky. And it is going to be a Yopaj Rubik and Scam Monkey King.
Okay, interesting. And then play hard of position 4. So there's a lot of crossover in terms of the heroes. So they have a lot of options. Excuse me. But Yopaj is going to be the mid lane. Rubik, interesting, very interesting. It's going to go straight head to head against Alacrity. What do you think about that matchup? Like they last picked this knowing that the Ember was probably going to be mid lane.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this because I think the only reason you are picking Monkey King so early because you want the Monkey King to be matching against the Ember Spirit. Because if you are thinking about flexing Monkey King to the carry, right? He isn't the best carry right now in this current meta. So I'm not sure about this decision, but we'll see. I hope that Scam proves me wrong because I'm a big fan of Monkey King. I love the cosmetic. I love what the heroes can do. And I've been seeing a lot of Monkey King in the NA and Europe region just rushing Aghanim straight. So I want to see this as well happening in Southeast Asia. I don't know how good that is, so I'm looking forward to that. But it feels like Monkey King against Slada is pretty good. So it feels like Scam would have a pretty good lane compared to the last one.
I mean, one thing that kind of like the Johnwell Chen, like 2 games back to back. Like that to me is like, okay, it didn't work the first time. It's like, let's go back to the well again and try it again. I mean, is Chen really the top tier where you want him as like the position 5 for you?
Speaking about top tier, there's a lot of, better heroes than Chen, I'll be sure, but most of the time you pick Chen because you want him to fulfill some sort of strategical requirement because maybe you're looking to dominate lane, perhaps you're looking to have a very early mag timing and then start death balling. But since you pick the Chen, I would wish to see them to play with the Chen to really utilize the strength of this hero because from the last game, I'm not seeing that at all.
Yeah. I mean, you want to see Chen, and he tends to succeed when they're pushing it like 7 minutes. You know what I mean? They're deathballing it, and he's just got too many creeps where the enemy team can't really deal with it. And there was really none of that, and they were stuck to playing very, very defensively, and it kind of just like it crumbles, right? Like Chen has a hard time coming back into the game, and as a position 5, it's kind of rough. So. Let's see. Hopefully, I mean, this is game 2, right? Top Clans 2020. Anything can happen. Neon Esports, they seem to know what they're doing. But yeah, they've got it picked here.
Yep. Also, I love seeing play hard on this aggressive post 4. Like Earth Spirit is one of his best heroes aside from his Rubik. So I would say that play hard has a lot of burden on his shoulder this game to make things happen. But looking at the side lanes though, it feels like Scam would most probably get a pretty good lane himself, and mid lane is the one lane that I'm very unsure of. I mean, Rubik versus Ember Spirit is not a matchup that we get to see every day, so I'm looking forward to see what magic can Yopaj bring to this team and this game.
Like for me, I'm always kind of like, what is that? Why would you pick Rubik? Like, what are you looking to steal? Like, that's a crazy pick to me just because I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nothing really sticks out. I mean, Corrosive Haze is nice, but Mystic Flare maybe, yeah. But, like, these picks were done after that hero.
Yeah.
Or,
I
sorry,
think a lot
not
of
the... Yeah, but go on.
I think a lot of us have overlooked the ability that Rubik has in terms of instant disable because of the leaf. There's no animation needed. So, a lot of times, if you're playing against heroes like the Park, Ember Spirit, Morphling that it requires instant disable to lock him down. I think Rubik is one of the best in doing that. So maybe they are thinking of this so that they want the Rubik to be able to limit how aggressive the Ember Spirit can play. Perhaps that's one of the reasons. Because if you are thinking purely in spell stealing, that's definitely no good spells that Rubik can steal in this game that could actually change the game.
Okay. Yeah, and that's my biggest worry about, like, you know, a mid Rubik core, because you're committing a pretty sizable amount of net worth on something. Oh, the roll is gonna miss. That looked like one of my rolls. Play hard. All right, so in the mid lane, I mean, Yopaj is still top, so he's got 7-2, 7-3. He has a slight advantage over Ember, but I mean, he's ranged, so he has a slight advantage in that sense.
Yeah, Chen is not going to offer too much help for the Monkey King. Chen is not a killing hero or a killing partner. All you can offer on the lane is some sort of sustainability until you are able to have early levels to summon some like a troll or centaur, and that's where the aggressiveness can start. Before that, it's just about trade farming. It's all about regen. So, but mid lane though, seems that Rubik is having a pretty good time. Look at the CS, 9-4 against 4-1.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. I mean, the entire raiding team right now are just doing, like, they're on point. Definitely tops of their lane. So mechanical skill-wise, obviously they know what they're doing. These are all heroes that they're very comfortable with. So top 3 going straight to Neon. Oh, but the roll in does catch him out. He's actually a little low. Nice kick in. He sleight of fist, at least for that part. And that's going to be first blood for Yopaj. Really nice play by Playhard.
Yep, this is exactly what he needs to do in this game. He needs to be creating more of these chaotic scrimmages on the side lanes and mid. This bottom lane Destroys is getting pursued, but
okay, they
have enough damage for this?
Then that's going to be the Jingu Mastery. It's going to go on in the Boundless Strike, and that should be the end of that. That's how you kill the chicken.
But this is also a lot of space for Stelada. The entire creep wave is under the Stelada's tower right now, so Stelada will have a very good entire wave for him to enjoy. Top lane, Bloodseeker versus Ricky.
Playhard right back in. They're going to focus on Alacrity one other time, and they'd kill him one other time. Destrus is looking to just get something out of this, but sheer just right-clicking, not really a whole lot of damage against his Playhard or Spirit.
This is absolutely painful for Alacrity. He just died, TP back, died again. So now he has to perform the Walk of Shame. There's a lot of XP he is going to be losing. And this is something that Playhard is best in doing. He loves to have this hero that can punish the mid lane. Something like a Tiny, Clockwork, a Spirit. These are his specialties.
Yeah, and Johnwell is actually farming, taking his creeps, and, you know, just going into the dire side. Like, he's not scared of anyone, especially since Alacrity's not even in the lane. But yeah, this is looking great for Neon Esports at the early stage. Look at 343. He's so fast. He's like a race car. Beep beep.
Yeah, with a big staple gun. He's gonna punch you with that, but unfortunately...
oh, the crush. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, unfortunately, Elder Titan and Bloodseeker, they're just not the best killing duels in the lane. That's why Ricky is actually getting some kind of last hits. 70 last hits, doing pretty well, because normally you don't see a Ricky off lane working too much because it's just so squishy on the lane.
But and Yopaj is completely dominating this mid lane. Like, he's got more than double his last hits. 12 denies as well. Lift up, and he might even get a solo here. Just another one. Sleight of Fist, keeping him alive now. The bottle, and now the TPs are coming. They realize they need some sort of support. Yopaj is doing a little bit of a taunt, but he actually got in. A Fade Bolt snipes him out, but KYXY, okay, he actually picks up the bottle as well. KYXY at least wants to punish him for this. He gets the bash there. That's the one that's been queued up. He's looking to turn this, and the crush that's been stolen actually gets him out. Elder Titan is walking in, and this is space created for Yopaj. He's actually running on in. Play hard as well. He gets the kick in, and it looks the sleep is there, but it looks like a Fade Bolt as well, and he ends up killing KYXY, and Yopaj is still running, and they've got the entire house there. The rolling boulder as well. 343 just trying to get there, but okay. Alacrity gets the Sleight of Fist and ends up securing that, and the Boundless Strike as well, and they kill 343. But space created.
Definitely. They took way too long to kill the Rubik, and Rubik bought enough time for Chen and the Monkey King to come in as cavalry. So very good movement coming out from Yopaj, a lot of space being created, and also this is the third death for Alacrity. As an Ember Spirit, you don't want to be dying too much, especially this early on. It's only 6 minutes in. That's gonna hurt the Ember Spirit's tempo a lot in this game.
the outplays, and we're talking about like Yopaj. I was like, what is he gonna steal? It's like, oh, he's gonna steal Crush. He's gonna steal all these like spells, and he's just gonna outplay people. It's like, duh. And he's actually stole in the Remnant. So Yopaj has actually got a little bit more. Oh, but this massive stack. Look at this Alacrity. That's how you get back in the game.
Yep. Like, I'm starting to realize the pattern coming out from Galaxy Razor. They'll always have this humongous stack for Alacrity. Very good job to for 3-4-3 on utilizing his spirit to stack all these camps. This is one way of getting your cores into the game. Alacrity is already catching up, still ahead of the Ricky, but looking at the Rubik's net worth though, is way ahead of Alacrity.
Yeah, he's doing really well, but they've got the silence of the bash, the crush, and he's going to look to it. Oh, but the Spirit Stomp slows it down. He's been slept. The Boundless Strike, and it looks like they're going to look to turn this one. Yopaj is here. He's got the lift up and well. The Crush just buying him a little bit more time, but he does die by the Remnant. Oh no, excuse me. Scam actually gets that kill.
Man, a Rubik with level advantage is just so scary. You know, just having the Null Talisman, Power Threats. His Fate Bolt actually deals so much damage. Like about 400 damage at this point with the Arcane Supremacy. Once he's maxed that, it's gonna be even crazy. I think Blood Rite is one of the best spells in this game for Rubik to steal to offer the insane AoE silence, or the Corrosive Haze could be one good spell to steal as well.
Destra's getting a little bit low, but they have the stomp from ET, and he's looking to right-click Jonuel, who's taking a ton of damage. Playhard is going to roll in, nice kick, and the silence is there. That's going to disrupt everything. Ropaj is just looking to fight this one, but Ghost is now here. He's looking to turn this, and they end up killing Yopaj, and they do want more. They're going for Playhard. They're trying to at least body block him in. They do have a little bit of time, but oh, he should be running under tower. They do have the stomp. They do end up getting Jonuel, but the Playhard is going to get the nice little boulder, and he's going to stop him, but that just slows the inevitable. KYXY does get the crush, and that's going to be a kill for him.
Oh, where's the rotation coming out from Ricky? I don't see Ricky so far in this game, and I thought KYXY diving the tower with such low HP would get punished, but he didn't. So that was a very well done dive coming out from Galaxy Razor. I also am scratching my head because I thought Neon Esports would punish this with mass TVs, but they did not. So
yeah, that seemed a little odd.
Galaxy,
I mean,
yeah, Galaxy Razor walks away with.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, they just walks away with no punishment, and that's not something that happens very often when you are playing against a Neon.
It felt like they're kind of like JG's just like, I'm gonna be focused on my defusal. I'm just gonna make sure I get it. You know, whatever happens in the other lanes will happen. But I'm just gonna continue to farm. And he's just been so focused. Like, we did not see Ghost and JG. Like, I thought they were like lovers in the forest in the top lane, because like we had not seen them, we had not heard of them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what was going on there. Probably is not even family friendly. But those guys were completely away. But then Ghost goes in the bottom lane and JG with no rotation.
Yep. This looks like the kind of offlaner you'll see in pubs, right? Just pick something like a Wind Ranger, Ricky, and then just stay in lane forever. Of course, it will pay off until their items come online, but until then, his teammates just have to hold this through without them. So I want to see Ricky, having all this farm, being able to contribute into the team in some kind of ways after this.
Yeah. And I thought JG would be a lot closer to the defusal, but he is still a ways away. Oh, but he's been corrosive hazed here, so they do have vision of him. He's gonna blink away. Oh, the remnants, and he blinks. Okay, he's away. He gets on.
Is there no chain from? Yeah, there's no chain from Ember Spirit.
Playhard, nice kick. Does end up clipping Destris. They got the silence as well, and they got this lift up. And Destris is looking to fight for his life right here, but he is a little bit faster, but not fast enough from the Fade Bolt.
Yep, nice kill coming out from Neon Esports. They're chasing, they're kicking the Skyrocket out of the jungle so that Scam here could get some breathing room and eventually pressure the tower a little bit. Scam is also working his way towards the Battle Fury, so not looking to be active in team fights whatsoever for a while. Just gonna get the Battle Fury, flash bomb a little bit, and be the insurance for the late game for his team.
And Elder Titan here is level 5. He's gotten a couple stomps, but he's been largely quiet. Like, I usually think of Elder Titan, like, if you stack it up, you get those stacks, and then you just start, running at people with your staple gun. Like, I feel like his laning wasn't as strong as it should have been.
Yeah, that's also because a Spirit have been just roaming around constantly, right? He's not staying on the lane, but here, Destroy is
Blink
gonna
Strike
fall
tricks the
again.
trade. That's just
Oh.
enough. That's all they need. Nice little pick off there by getting Destris. And mind you, we talked about how good Destris is, right? But the fact that like it's tough, right? Because first 10 minutes, Sky is like one of the most annoying heroes in the entire game. But when that 11-minute mark happens and, you know, guys start getting on you, this is like the worst game that could potentially happen for like a Sky.
Yeah, that's true. There's just no way you can outrun the Spirit by your own without a row of Atos. And also you have Destroyers have to be careful in giving away these kills as well, because we talked about how important the timing of row of Atos need to be. So if you are giving away kills like that, that's gonna get set back a lot. And looking at his itemization, he's only gotten 2 crowns so far, so quite a distance to the row of Atos.
They found Ghost, the Blood Right is there, but the silence tricks of the trade, and look at it, just at least right-click him to magnetize as well, and then, okay, he gets zapped by Yopaj coming out at left field with the Fade Bolt.
Yep, this is the Neon that we are familiar with, you know, just constantly attacking, killing heroes left and right, you know, just don't care about anything. All they want to do is kill. This is the best formula for Neon to win so far, and it's starting to show this game.
Yeah, they've been really on point. This is really night and day with how they played from the last game to this game. So it's really nice to see a hero, like a team, come back.
Definitely. To be able to, you know, keep your composure when you are having a tough game, this is what a championship team needs to have if you are looking to go further, because everybody is gonna have a bad game, but the thing is how good can you do in a bad game is what differs you from a good team and a great team.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen more of a presence from Playhard. I think that this guy has been like the unspoken hero of the first 10 minutes, because his rotations, he's definitely made sure that he's gotten a bunch of kills. His, you know, he almost single-handedly helped all the lanes win out because of this. But as I say that, I compliment him and he gets destroyed by Destris and the Mystic Flare there. So yeah, that's my fault for complimenting him.
People might think the caster curse is not true, but thanks for proving that, Howler. That's
can't say nice things about people.
Yeah, it's just sad as a caster, right? Every time we say something good about someone, immediately something bad will happen. And top lane, Alacrity.
The chains, they do find it. And JG's gonna blink strike away, at least for now. I don't think they have the dust, the sentries away, so Alacrity not being able to finish that up, but he's gonna get gone on here. Schem is going in. Primal Spring is gonna be a little off the mark. The glyph is gonna be used. Alacrity's gonna zip on out of there, and that's gonna be the end of that.
Yeah, it's also been a very quiet start for Alacrity as well. Normally you will see this guy, you know, being very aggressive on the lane, but Playhard has just totally demolished him in the early phase of the laning. So Empress will have to play catch-up game from now on, and he's going for the U-Scepter. Not the best offensive item that Empress can get, but they will punish
chains and the Mystic
Playhard once
Flare
again.
on top. But that was a smoke gank. I guess Playhard did tank that one, but better him than anyone else, I guess.
Definitely. With this kill, Galaxy Razor don't get to accomplish too much though. They are looking to smoke gang, kill one guy and take the tower, but not exactly the best hero to be found.
JG tried to steal that rune right under the nose of Alacrity, but the Boundless Strike and the silence and the smoke screen's there, but no, the Remnant, and that's on out. Okay, so Alacrity, I mean, he had a miserable start of the game. I mean, he died like 3 or 4 times very, very early, but he's really come back here. I mean, he's top 4 of the net worth, so he definitely knows how to, you know, come back into the game.
Yeah, this is something we talk about, right? Alacrity is a hero that is a player that does not afraid to play disadvantageous matchup, because he always know that there's more ways to come back into the game besides farming. This is one thing that really makes Alacrity different to the other mid-lane player. But
That's up the rolling boulder as well. The Centaur stomp, but the stomp from the Elder Titan is there.
Oh my god.
They do have it, and the nice Earth Splitter there, and that's going to do a lot. But the Hand of God, just trying to keep him up. Playhard does go down right now. JG's trying to run away. He blink strikes, but no, he runs into the staple gun, and he dies for that. And they want more. They're going to go for Yopaj, who explodes. They've gotten 3 for nothing so far, and they want more. They get to stop one other time on Johnwell, and now Alacrity is now in position. Schem is here. He's got the Wukong's command. He's got all 3 with Boundless Strike. but the Mystic Flare
Oh.
on top of that, and the heal, and Skem goes down. That's a team wipe, and that's how you win a team fight. Galaxy Racer, 5-0.
Wow, this is the team fight that we have been waiting for from Galaxy Racer. The Wombo combo, Echo Storm, into Blood Ride, into everything from Ember Spirit. They just do it so well, and they seem to be... The one thing that impressed me a lot from Galaxy Racer is that they always manage to execute their game plan. You know, they pick this hero to do such thing, and they always manage to do that. This is something that I have always been impressive, and I feel like this is something Neon hasn't been doing as well, just to follow their game plan. Like right now, Neon have to be really careful.
They got the
wait,
lift. Oh, Alacrity, a little too deep. Did not expect both Yopaj and JG there. Nice smoke screen, nice lift up. That's just too much control for Ember, who just wants to Remnant on our way.
Like the one guy Ember Spirit has to watch out for in this game is the Rubik. The instant leaf is something that can really kills him. You know, instant leaf into smoke, into everything. Especially if Rubik gets to his max level on Arcane Supremacy, you're looking at a 4-second lift.
Oh my god, that's crazy. And it only scales, right? Like, just the amount of control that guy has is just absolutely crazy. But Play Hard here does have the Urn. Tranquil's kind of support life, unfortunately.
Alright, so Scan. He is going for the Aghanim Scepter after the Battle Fury. So having the Aghanims give him some kind of ability, you know, makes him team fight stronger as well. He farms a little bit more faster too. So I'm still not sure about this. How good Aghanims is for a Monkey King.
One other time they found Yopaj. He's been Mystic Flared and as well as a Stomped. And Playhard is going to go down as well. And so they've done really, really well. And they're paying out Roshan. They're going to get something out of this. So a really nice pickoff there.
But this is what more. Oh, wait, Scam.
Wukong's command, Alacrity is trying to fight this. Scam is trying to use his Wukong command to zone him out, but Alacrity is just going to walk around, go the long way. But he's got the creep, so he's got vision, and he steps out of this. So Scam is somewhat vulnerable. He's running for his life. Alacrity is just chasing after him. But yeah, he actually stops because he runs into a tree. Interesting.
Yep,
Not
this is
gonna commit his
space.
remnants. Yeah.
This is space for his team. Like his team was doing the Roshan. That's why he knows that he needs to be showing on the side lane. Even better if he could pressure something off, and he did. So this is the power of Slaughter.
Oh, and the smoke screen. He's out of there. He does very little mana. He does a diffusal though, so that's why Alacrity actually has no mana for that. Tricks of the trade. He's going to taunt away. Alacrity's walking now. They do have the dust, and that will scurry JG away. But he does need to be very careful, especially since Ricky now has the diffusal.
Yeah, and also Ricky has to be very careful for the Skyroth as well. You don't want to be running into sentries and just dying to the combo of Skyroth Mage since the Skyroth already have the Atos. So he'll have a lot of solo killing potential right now. And look at the itemization of Ricky he's going for. Kaya? I think he is. Like we'll pay attention to that later. Once the observer turns to Ricky, but that's a very interesting. Oh yeah, alright. I think he misclicked, so he went for the BKB.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's too crazy for me. Yopaj on the other hand does have his blink, so he does have that. I mean that and Aether, this guy can steal from a mile away, and all the spells are better, of course, on the on the Rubik. But Alacrity is here, just trying to push out the top lane. He's going to be scouted out by JG, who does have a sentry nearby. But
it feels that Alacrity's movement has been starting to get very predictable. Because for the last 2 to 3 minutes, he has just been playing at the top lane. So Neon, they could do a smoke gang on this Alacrity if they want to. But Galaxy Racer is going to be the one that is going to move first with the Aegis.
Got smoke. Oh, they found him. They found Yopaj. He does get the steal, though. They got the... Okay, he gets kicked away, but he's been spotted out. He's going to have to Yules himself, and he's looked to fight this. Yopaj does go down. That's a double kill going the way of Ghost. But this is not... I mean... Sorry, go on.
The Observer Ward is the MVP there, if you manage to catch that. Yeah, that is the MVP that leads to everything about this. And if Neon pays attention, they should know that it is warded. But it seems like no one is pinging it out, so I'm not sure if they know about that.
Yeah, Monkey King has his MKB. He's going to go Ags next. Ghost, on the other hand, I mean, he's been largely quiet. Like, we haven't been seeing a lot of, like, okay, but JG actually gets killed here. Probably like a solo kill. I mean, he's got Atos on Destray, so very easy pickings there.
Yeah, look at the amount of sentries that they have on the top lane. This is what Ricky have to be careful about. You don't want to be walking into tons of sentry. But Scam here, he's looking to defend this, it looks like. At least he's hanging on the tree.
Scam is here with Wukongs. He's got the Boundless Strike. Remnants away from Alacrity, and Ghost is looking to turn this. He's got Bloodright just to kind of cover his tracks, but that's going to be the end. They do get the Stomp if they want to go. The Earth Splitter is being lined up, and that's going to be right up on Playhard. He's going to roll away. He does get away. The silence up on Yopaj, and the Hand of God is not enough, especially when you have 3 heroes on top of you. They do get the silence on Alacrity at least, but the Glyph is now going to be used. But, oh man, getting Yopaj is a pretty big target.
Yep. This is the one target that they cannot lose on Neon side, because without this, there goes a lot of your disable and also wave clear. But Galaxy Razor, once again, they are playing this very slowly, patiently, with a lot of discipline. 3-4-3.
But they came back in the game. Like, they were definitely behind, right? Starting out this game, like, Neon was just like on fire, but Galaxy Racer, man, they have a lot of heart in the fact that they were able to come back like this.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying, I feel like Galaxy Razor, they have been on the same page as 5-man. They're also playing with a lot of coordination. Communication must be going very well in the team. You know, this is something that you can get if you are forming a full Malaysian or Filipino roster. The communication is not going to be a problem. And we are really starting to see how it shines.
Oh, the smoke. They found John Well. He was a little bit out. The crush, the blood right. He's just like, I just want this ward to de-ward. But he was unfortunately not able to do that. Alacrity's getting kind of fat, though. He's starting to push out the lanes.
Yep. It seems like this game is turning like the last game, you know? Neon Esports have a decent lead at early game, and then they just couldn't advance the game, and then all of a sudden Galaxy Razor starts to pick off mistakes here and there, and Neon just crumbles after that.
It's Yopaj is actually pushing the top lane, and TP's to the bottom, or to the mid lane, just to kind of stop them and to defend. Monkey King does have Axe, though.
Yep. He's the saving grace for Neon now. We haven't seen a lot from Scam. It's been a quieter game, but even though he has a very good Battlefield timing, he's still way behind the Bloodseeker. This is something that really surprises me.
I mean, Ghost has been quiet, but he's been just non-stop farming. He's been almost everywhere. I mean, his net worth is like, 3,000 higher. You're having a good game.
Yeah, you're one big item ahead of the Monkey King. You know, especially I love the fact that he went for the casual Maelstrom, so just to make sure that he has the ability to scale, and then he has also been very careful in picking his team fight as well. Every single team fight that he has been involved with, he's mostly getting kills and not dying. So this is one thing that you want to be doing as a carry. You want to be disciplined in getting into team fights. You want to be picking the correct team fights to get involved in.
JG saw this movement. They do have the slight advantage, or the vision advantage. Scam is going to be there. Wukong's command is going to catch out KYXY, who thought he was safe, but the BKB's not enough, and he's going to die. The Mystic Flare doing a ton of work on John L. He does die. Playhard is going to die as well. The buyback from Chen, and they've also looked to turn this on JG, and they've turned this into a triple kill. And the cost of the Slaughter and the Skywrath Mage.
Elder Titan is just doing way too much with the Storms and the Nature Order. He even get himself a medallion just to offer the extra armor reduction. Neon, if they want to win fights, they have to start, identifying their problems, which is this Elder Titan. You need to start going on him soon. You have a lot of ways to jump onto him. The Ricky with the Diffuser Blade. I mean...
Maybe they're just not familiar with this hero. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, Elder Titan is probably one of the least played heroes in this game, right? Let's be honest here.
Yep, that's what I say, right? In the drafting phase, this is not the usual Southeast Asia hero. I'm not saying that we are not good in this hero. It's just that we don't pick them very often enough to offer us a very good understanding on this hero.
Yeah.
And this is what could happen, Adam, he has been playing in a lot of different places. He has been playing in China, Europe and also NA. That's why he could play a lot of different style of heroes. And this is what experience can bring into the team, can add into the table.
No, I love Elder Titan. I think he's a great hero. I think that he counters things and like nobody really expects it. You know, they don't really know what he does. They don't understand his auras and all that stuff. So I feel like, obviously these pros definitely know the heroes, and I'm not saying that to undersell what they're doing and their knowledge of this game, but in a team fight, just not understanding that they need to focus on that seems like a bit of a misplay to me.
Exactly. On the other hand, Galaxy Razor, there seems to have a lot of understanding on this hero, right? Because they are often playing with the Echo Storm. They're always saving their spells to connect the Echo Storm. You look at Bloodseeker, his Blood Rite has been very disciplined. He's always waiting for the Echo Storm, and their targeting is always on the guy that gets Storm too, or the guy that gets Corrosive Haste. So definitely feels like coordination-wise, Galaxy Razor just outdid Neon here.
And at the same time, Galaxy Racer is like, they have an advantage. They're up 13k, but they haven't really turned it into, major objectives, I would say. Like, yeah, they're probably gonna get Roche here, but it feels like they're still playing a little too passively for me. And they're not really kind of controlling the map as I feel like they should be doing.
Yeah, the biggest reason of this is because if you look at this game and last game, the one common thing is that they don't have heroes that can pressure tower. So all their heroes are better in fighting, better in killing, but not in sieging towers. So this is what Galaxy Razor has been doing. They are very patient with going high ground. They're always just making sure that they pick off someone before they hit the tower. And this is exactly what they're doing right now.
KYXY, but then it looks like they've just retreated in time. And it looks like they're going to turn this. Oh, they get the change on Playhard. Scam is nearby. They do have a Rupture as well. And they've got the lift up on Alacrity, who's going to just Remnant away. Wukong's command has now been expended, and it looks like they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, Wukong's command is there. I'm going to take Roshan here. With Corrosive Haze, going to make quick work of this. Very quick Roshan. And that's got Cheese as well, and they're going to look to go all on in. And Playhard just boulders away. Kick to just slow down the retreat. But yeah, they've killed the Skyref, and that was it. Oh, the Rupture as well. Yopaj, she's going to look to TP. Is anyone nearby? Oh, not quick enough. KYXY did get forced.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say Galaxy Razor is reminding me a lot of the 2016 Wings. Because every single time when we look at Galaxy Razor, there's a lot of actions happening left and right simultaneously. And it seems like they're just moving as a 3 and 2 unit. But as I said,
the smoke screen, they did find Ghost, the silence as well, but he's kind of tanky. Oh no, he does die in the end. The Earth Splitter is going to hit, and the stomp was there, but it's not really too much. KYXY does have his BKB spider legs away. The Yule's up on Ember, and can he get out of this with a smoke screen? He gets forced away. The Aegis has been popped, but I don't know at what cost, if this is going to be a dieback or whatnot. The stomp was a little too early by 343 on the back end of that. And KYXY is going to lift the TP away, and they've gotten the Ember and Ghost, which is two pretty big targets.
Did I just caster curse them? Like, I was just complimenting about them, and then right away, Bloodseeker get caught without an Aegis or what? Yeah, they were
You're a terrible person, yes.
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry to all the Galaxy Razor fans out there. It's completely on me, not on the players.
We've gone to 30 minutes now, and then that, I think it was like 12k net worth lead, now it's a 9k. A little bit of a dip there. And that was really unfortunate, so... This is what you're going to see. The game's, Neon is back in the game as well.
Yeah, that was a very crucial two-man pick-off by Neon. Now it gives the Monkey King a lot of breathing room to get to his Basher. Once the Basher is up, the Galaxy Razor has to be really careful, especially the Ember Spirit. Because one bash might just mean that Neon could dump all the Chain Stun and Chain Silence on you.
Yeah. What do you think about this Rubik build? He went Aether, Link, and then he went Yule.
I mean, lots of utility, right? At this point, Rubik's job is all about just providing the instant leave whenever the Ember Spirit and the Bloodseeker is running into the team fight. Like, he has to maintain a very safe distance from the team fight as well. That's why he went for the Blink Dagger and Ether Lens, giving himself the very crucial mobility. It's all, I mean, it's starting to feel like this Rubik is a very rich support rather than a core.
Yeah. But I don't think that's what their team needs. I think their team needed that core, that damage dealing, like Yopaj, like the traditional core that he plays. Oh, but the nice roll in, the rupture, Wukong's command, they killed the Elder Titan. He buys back instantly, and they're looking to turn this. Ghost is looking to turn it up. Playhard gets killed. Yopaj has the self-heal just to keep himself alive. Ghost is trying to run away. He's got the BKB, but he's been bashed. The smoke screen is there. The stomp doesn't really care because Skem's got BKB, and he ends up killing Ghost, and it looks like they want more. They're going to get Alacrity with that lift up of like 4 seconds, which is insane at this point. KYXY is running for his life. The Primal Spring and the Boundless Strike is going to kill him. Skem with that Ultra Kill. And we're talking about he's quiet, and it might be a Rampage. Give him the Rampage!
No! JG! That was a report! That was a report, man. You gotta be kidding me. Now you can see how much Scam wanted that Rampage. And that would be the first Rampage of the tournament, right, Holler?
Yes.
But yeah, nevertheless, that was a very beautiful team fight. All of a sudden, from 9k net worth lead, just a couple of minutes ago, Neon just equalized that. And the thing that they did correctly this time is that they was having complete vision advantage. They were camping the high ground, waiting for Galaxy Razor to run into them, and they just surprised them with a very good Wukong's command as well. There's no way Bloodseeker to survive through and man-fight anybody in the Wukong's command.
The target prioritization is really on point. They killed the Titan first, he had to buy back, and he had to come on in. So you had time, and then you went to focus on Ghost. Ghost would die, and you know what I mean? Like, they were just really on point with how the heroes needed to die, and it was perfect for them. And as you saw, it pretty much should have been a Rampage, but unfortunately it was not by JG. Some things I will never forget.
Same. I mean, you were mentioning about, you want someone that is more than Scam to deal the extra damage, but having this Wukong's command, it just do so much damage. All Scam needs is just extra disable right now. And you have got a lot of them. Ricky with the Diffuser Blade, Rubik with very good control, and especially play hard too. So all you need to do on Neon's side right now is to keep everybody in the Wukong's command. So the Monkey King could output the maximum damage that he could do. And one thing that Galaxy Razor have to do is to kite the Monkey King's Wukong command. They want to wait for the BKB to wear off, the Wukong command to wear off, and then fight again, because they have a lot of mobility on the Ember Spirit, on the Slada. They could do that.
Oh, he gets been forced on back. Roll through. Play hard. He should be fine. Stomp is going to miss as well. But yeah, I agree with your points. Yes. Not the easiest of fights though. You gotta target everything perfectly. You know what I mean? Like, even if you see the Wukong's command getting out, like, the team needs to be in sync with everything. But a lot of the cooldowns are on right now. The BKBs are as well. So it looks like GXR are looking to just turn this up, try to find something. Scam is pump faking the Wukong's command. They lift again. The Wukong's command is at least on the end of this. The Boundless Strike catches out the two. Alacrity dies. KYXY gets deleted as well. And it looks like they want more. They've gotten the Elder Titan, and they're going to go for Ghost. They got the tricks of the trade. Alacrity's back in the fight, but he's just going to run. Oh, the play hard rolling boulder from downtown. Mystic Flare does get him. Hand of God is keeping him up. No, but he falls in the end, and it looks like they've gone too deep, as it looks like they're turning around. Ghost is there. He's got the BKB is used. Blood Right as well, and he's got a triple kill. They got the Yules up on Scam, and it looks like trying to fight this. Johnny Wells looking to space this out. Alacrity's getting a little low on mana. He does need to be a little bit careful, and it looks like he's trying to run around this tree. Sleight of Fist one other time, and he does die. If he dies, this is a dieback by Alacrity, so he's been vesseled, and it looks like he was trying to run for his life, using the trees to his advantage. Playhard is going to miss that one. Alacrity's so low. Scam is on the high ground. He sees him. He just Primal Springs, and he kills him, and they kill Playhard as well. We're going to need to see the team fight update, because to be honest, I don't even know who died. There's 3 and 2 from what I can see, but that was a crazy fight.
There's just too many actions happening, Ember Spirit dying back, Playhard on the Osprey dying back as well, but it was a very roller coaster team fight. Both of the team just overextending a bit too much. Like, the reason Neon was losing that fight, that was because they were overextending. There's no BKB anymore on the Monkey King, but they still wanted to pursue, and there is when Galaxy Razor's team fight ability can shine when BKB is down. And then after that, Alacrity just feels super strong, and then he just keep chasing, and eventually he died to the buybacks coming out from Neon. It looks like an even fight to me after so many heroes are fallen. It's
Like,
interesting.
you feel strong as Ember, but then like when you're out of remnants and you're out of mana, and it's just like, oh shit, now what do I do? You know, like I'm a melee creep now. Like I can't do anything. So he definitely overextended there.
Yep. I think this is where the team is starting to get really, you know, a little bit hot in their head. All they are looking for is to fight. You can see the buybacks coming up instantly without hesitation as well. So this gotta be the time that both of these teams are getting super intense, and you know, one single team fight could mean everything right now in changing this game.
Yeah, and it's super tense. It's really difficult to find that perfect initiation, the perfect fight right now, and no teams really want to make a mistake, especially since it's been as back and forth as it's been. But I mean, this is what we want, right? This is the SEA at its finest. This is, you know, you don't have that team secret who's just like beating up on all the other teams, right? Who just kind of dominate everybody, right? So you have SEA, which is a little bit more in flux, and we're seeing that here.
Yeah, we always love this kind of very even game that is going to be unpredictable, not like Secret. You know, every single time you see Secret in a tournament, we can just start by congratulating them for winning the grand final with 3-0. That's not going to happen in Southeast Asia. That's why we all love Southeast Asia Dota. And I think at this point of the time, just like what Zai says, you might just have to turn off your brain and just keep fighting to the victory.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a smoke here. They're trying to get some sort of pick off. I mean, Roche is going to probably up soon. They got the blink. The roll in, they found 3-4-3. They kick him back to the team, and they've got him, and the Blood Right is there, and they're going to at least look to kill Playhard. He does get killed, does not have buyback. Elder Titan is dead as well. That's a 1-for-1 trade, support for support. And that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, Vision game is the absolute key in this game for both of the team, because they all have insane amount of initiation. So having the Vision or not really changed the game. The only reason Elder Titan died there was because Neon have Vision over him within the trees. And same for Galaxy Racer as well. If they have good vision, you can always start with the Slada blink stunning anybody, and anyone would just get popped off.
Yeah, they're just trying to defend this T2 top. Like, Bloodseeker won. This is why I'm not a huge fan. Because at the end of the game, like at the end of the day, he's not really that late game hero that's gonna, that's gonna carry you, right? There are better heroes here, and the Remnant, a little too early. The lift up, he was going for the steal, but a little too early, and it looks like Alacrity is gonna use himself at least by a little bit of time. Now he does Remnant away at the last second. Nice save. Hand of God is being used. KYXY is getting very low. The BKB's not enough. Ghost is gonna fall as well. They got a double kill, and they want more. 3-4-3 Earth Splitter just to kind of cover their tracks, and 3-4-3 is gonna look to just fight this, going up on the support. But he's been silenced, and he's gonna get beat up here and get kited to death. Yopaj is gonna lift him up just for one last time. And that's going to be 3-0, and all because of Alacrity, who actually gets away for some reason.
Yeah, and Ricky, he actually has the Aegis and refresher shot on himself. I'm not sure about that play, because it seems that Alacrity wanted to steal the Aegis, or attempt to do so, but because of the instant leave, Strada had to go in to save his body, because if Alacrity dies there, he wouldn't have buyback. So all of a sudden, because of their leave from Rubik, they committed 3-man to save Alacrity, and they all die without buyback. So all of a sudden, 12k, 13k goal lead on the side of Neon, and this Monkey King is looking like unstoppable when it comes to team fight. 4k HP with tons of survivability with the BKB and Minotaur Horn, and also Disable as well. This is looking to be tough for a Galaxy Raising comeback.
Yeah, the tower was focused on scam. It did literally no damage. But yeah, another thing was like Alacrity just kind of going in blind like that. I mean, yeah, you're hoping, yeah, I'm looking for that steal, but when you mistime it, sometimes you look like a fool.
Yep. And well, this looks like at least one more Rex for the side of Neon.
The silence is there. They get the crush. KYXY is there. JG's in the back line. He's going for them, but he's gone a little too deep. Aegis has been popped. Playhard is now going to roll on in to magnetize, and Yopaj with the stolen remnant. Triple remnant goes on forward, the JG as well, and they get the killing spree, and it's 4-for-0 so far. Yopaj is in position, he's been Yules. He's gonna buy a little bit of time, play hard, he's gonna bounce away. Ghost is gonna go back into the fountain and cry a little river. But he's going to be back in. Schem goes deep, does not care. He's going to use cheese, and they really want this Hand of God as well. And GG's been called. When you disrespect them, that's how you disrespect them, right? You just throw your bodies into the fountain. And Neon Esports with the win, 36-28 at 41 minutes. And man, did that end quickly.
Another roller coaster game as well. Galaxy Razor was holding 12k goal lead at the highest, and they just couldn't end the game. Neon Esports, they do what they did the best. Just, creating all these chaotic moments just to find kills left and right. This is the formula. This is the winning formula that Neon has been working with, that has bring them a lot of success. And this is Neon Esports at their finest.
Like, what do you think? I mean, like, Ghost is 16-5-4. That's an amazing KDA, right? That's really good. But I kind of felt like he wasn't really getting those pickoffs, the kills that they really need to do, and just kind of end the game. So I'm wondering if they chose a better carry, they would have won this game.
I mean, it's tough to say, right? Because at one point they were definitely doing very well. They were controlling Roshan. They were winning every single team fight. But the thing is, having Amber and the Bloodseeker as your dual core, no matter how, unless you are getting like 30k goal lead, it's hard for you to just march to the high ground and siege high ground, which is the way of closing the game. The more time they need to wait for another Roshan, just give all the time for a Scam on the Monkey King to farm all the items that he needs, the big KB and the Basher, and all of a sudden Neon, they know that they just need one fight to come back into this game, and they managed to find a fight. So I know that Bloodseeker might not be the best pick here, but I think the key here is that Galaxy Razor, they might want to start figuring out heroes that can go to high ground early.
Yep, and
they can actually close out games with 10k advantage.
Yep, and they've gotten the triple kill here. Schem with a really nice boundless strike catches out all three. The Mystic Flare as well. And this is the moment where Ghost gets a triple kill. And then it should be coming up very, very soon, but there's the code. It's triple kill, baby. People that have done that, we know the winners. We're going to reach out to them, and we're going to do that throughout the entire stream. Generally speaking, you'll probably see one code a game or a match, but they happened at specific times. And the lucky viewer for this one is going to be Sito Waizong. I'm sorry if I incorrectly pronounced that. My bad. But congratulations to you for that. We'll reach out to you. We'll figure out how to get those Dota 2 cosmetics to you, and we're going to have that throughout. So thank you so much for tuning in and paying attention for that. But back to that game, I felt like there's so much. It was really back and forth. Like, Neon was snowballing. I thought it was going to end very soon, but then, man, you saw the heart that Galaxy Racer had. They came back in the game mid-game. They were completely owning, but their heroes were all mid-game heroes, right?
Yep.
But Schem just literally was like, team, get on my back, let's go.
Yeah, all the resources that they have on Schem, all the space that they buy from Schem, it all works out. That's the reason why Schem is one of the best carry in Southeast Asia right now. To completely show us the ability that he has to carry his team on his back. But I feel like this is more like Galaxy Razor losing the game than Neon winning the game, right? Because having almost 15k goal lead at 30 minutes but couldn't find a way to close it out, that must be painful for Galaxy Razor to absorb. It's a tough loss for them to accept as well, but going head to head, tying the series with Neon Esports, that's a pretty big win for me, if you ask me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, coming out, at the end of the day, as long as you come out with a tie, you're like, all right, I'm okay with this, right? Nobody's getting a huge advantage, getting that 3-0 from me. And you know what I mean? Like, if everybody comes out at the tie, we're going to have tiebreakers. So the game is in. So please give a like and subscribe to Facebook, Top Clans on their Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Of course, without those guys, we wouldn't have had this stuff. So big shout out to them for letting us run that. Please do follow them. And of course, we're tuning in as well. So those are definitely things that you want to do. And we see all of your comments, and also our TV partners, EGG Network, AIS Play, and Kumu, Lazada, and Lazada Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and production, of course, is going to be by InfoFed and Ancient Galaxy, so in Thailand and Malaysia. So big shout out to all of those guys for running all this stuff. And of course, UU Game Booster. Apologies for forgetting them, but they're going to be on the list as well. So we're going to take a quick 15-minute or so break. We're going to be back, but we're going to be back with Vice Esports and Execretion. That's coming up next.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020. Iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan C Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is Passion! Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Top Clans appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Top Clans 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing, but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Top Clans 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Top Clans 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/topclansofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/topclansesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thấu buồn đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Đơ Ca Khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Đơ Ca Khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
It's me, your Ate Nikki, from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosdak AIG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rosdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Clan 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Lost.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition, gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will differ and fun like last year's Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion! Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Hello and welcome back to Top Clans 2020 SCA Dota 2. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur. How are you hanging up on this Friday?
I'm great. Like, we have got a very fantastic first series, and I can't wait to see the next one.
Yeah, and the next series is actually going to be a bunch of sponsors from EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada and Lazada Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and production, of course, is done by InfoFed and Ancient Galaxy. So a big shout out to all of those guys, because without them, we would not have had this tournament. The second series of the day is actually going to be between Vice Esports and Execration. We know that these teams are, well, Vice is kind of a lesser known team. We definitely know Execration out there, the team from Philippines. They've been very, very strong. But Vice is new from the Philippines as well. What do you think about this Vice Esports team?
Yeah, for anyone that is not very familiar with them, they are basically rebranded from the LGD Antid. So they come up with a brand new roster. So they have been pretty consistent as well, like participating in a lot of the mid-tier tournament and has been doing pretty well. So their players are less unknown though, except for Cirque that once played for Neon. The others are a lot of new bloods as well. I think Lucifer was another veteran as well. He previously played for Low Key Esports. And then on the other cores, you just have a lot of young players that are super talented. And Bob is one of the most up and rising mid player from Philippines. And of course, for Execration, we have got Raging Potato, one of the biggest name in Filipino, has been to TI a couple of times. Everybody loves him, especially his crazy plays. And I'm just super excited for this.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see, and we're going to see just we saw that Galaxy Racer, they tied it with Neon Esports and 1-1, a little bit of back and forth, and I'm hoping to see that sort of play style, because that tends to be the most entertaining for me in Vice Esports versus Execration for the second series, which is going to go on later today. Mind you, both of these teams, this is Group B, so we're going to see how those things played out, but throughout the event, we're going to be having a live streaming event, which is going to be, we're going to have a code. It comes up with, a first blood, a triple kill, a rampage, whatever it is. And so once you see that code, you need to just literally copy and paste it into the chat. So wherever you're watching from Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, any of those things, we're going to find you. We're going to, randomly select winners on that one, and you're going to have a chance to win. Of course, what we all need is Dota 2 hats, right? So we're going to have more cosmetics going your way. So a very easy way for you to win. So please do pay attention. And the second event that we're going to have is going to be more of in terms of just sharing the stream. So share it to your stack mates, your friends, whatever it is, anybody. Just share it to them, and then we're gonna again pull another winner out of that, and you can win more Dota 2 cosmetics. So a very easy way to win, and we're gonna go into this, and we're gonna hop into the draft very, very soon. But which team do you like? Which tends to be a little bit stronger in your opinion?
I mean, on paper, it is definitely Execration, because Execration, their players and the team as a whole, they have already proven themselves. And Wise Esports, we haven't seen a lot from them. At least the accomplishment of them. They are definitely eager to prove themselves in this series, especially. But just look at the lineup of Execration: Palos, Raging Potato, BDZ, RR. These are very familiar names from the Filipino scene. So just looking at the paper, I would definitely favor Execration here.
You actually glossed over Ken, and Ken actually had some health. He took a break. He had some health issues, and he's back now, replacing Carl. So that's definitely something that we're really looking forward to. I really like Ken. I love his playstyle, and it's great to see him back in the game here. But we're gonna head into the draft. Execration here with the Bat Rider ban, Tiny and Clock, very, very strong. Position 4/5s. Very just in general, like we've seen a lot of these heroes played already, so they're banded out right off the bat.
Yep. I'm more concerned about the Bat Rider ban, because normally we all know that Bat Rider is definitely a strong hero, but we don't see the bans coming out too early. I think it indicates that Execration want to pick some hero that is very afraid of Bat Rider. For example, the Spirit heroes on the mid lane, they are all very afraid of Bat Rider, or the TB, PA, any of the melee heroes for the carry are also afraid of this hero. So I believe Execration might have those heroes in their mind right now. And yeah, the Bloodseekers are in the pool. The Snapfire is also in the pool, so we'll see what. Alright, Snapfire right off the bat.
Snapfire off the bat. And we've seen a ton of this hero already. It's either, I want to say it's 100% pick or ban in this league.
So far, yeah.
I think so, yeah. We've seen this hero almost everywhere, and they respond with the Earth Spirit in kind. Are you okay with that in terms of a counter pick into Snap?
Yeah, I think it's fine. You have a lot of ways to stop the Snapfire from just fully utilizing his ultimate. You can silence him, you can stun him. There's a lot of ways to play with that. You can also build Pipe or the Spirit Wrestler as well to counter anything that Snapfire is going to get for. So I like this Spirit build. I think next pick is going to be something like a Faceless Void. Alright, man, never mind. So they go with Tusk, keeping a lot of flexibility here coming from Wise. So they're still keeping this Snapfire in this grid. You don't know if this Snapfire is 3, 2, or 5. What you know is only the Tusk and Execration. I want to see what are they picking here to kind of just counter the Tusk a little bit.
Yeah, they're gonna need something. But when I see heroes like Tusk, I always feel like they have a plan, right? Like they know. I mean, obviously teams all have a plan, but I feel like more so in this case that Tusk is like, oh, we want to run at you, we want to get going, right? It tends to be more of the aggressive style. So you're probably gonna look at a really strong laner, or are we gonna think of just the Snap as just a nice complement to Tusk in and of itself with the 3 and 4?
Oh yeah, I definitely think that Tusk fulfills a lot of the role here. First of all, it's a very strong laner. After that, it provides a lot of cash. It provides ability to go through BKB. So definitely a very valuable pick here. It's just that this hero is very one-dimensional. When it's picked, you can immediately tell that what is the opponent going to do with this pick. So it mostly wants to dominate lane with the tag team. But if you can remove that and take that away, all of a sudden Tusk, his effectiveness is just getting halved. So yeah, I want to see Execration picking the one pick that can really just stop this Tusk from doing what he wants to do. Something like the Chen and Enchantress would be good.
Okay. Why the Chen?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you can just summon a bunch of creeps, just block this Tusk from doing what he wants to do. He wants to trade hit with you, but with a bunch of summon units around, he couldn't do that. Same as Enchantress. You can always keep a distance from the Tusk, just harassing him with your first spell and then slowing him and everything. Just make sure that you are the hero that can trade hit with the Tusk. But look at Execration, they're spending all their time for this second pick. They almost run out of their reserve time already. There's only 10 seconds left.
They spent way too much, and they've just gone with a Bloodseeker, which is kind of meta in that sense. We're probably looking at this like I'm hoping it's an off lane. I think that the one position Bloodseeker is very underwhelming. So I'm hoping that it's going to be like a 3, and plus the Earth Spirit is a nice complement to it in case you rupture anybody. You have outs in terms of just making sure you lock him into place.
And I think Bloodseeker is also a pretty good counter pick in the Tusk, right? If the Tusk is going to snowball someone in, you can just preemptively put down the Blood Right, and then a bunch of them get silenced. But it goes another way around as well. Like Tusk could also save his buddy to dodge the Blood Right. So it really goes both ways. And starting to look at the bans coming out from both sides. YC was banning out the Oracle. Interesting. This is one of the better heroes that can counter the Tusk, right? So every time the Tusk comes in, you will just stop him right there, or you just Faith Edict the guy so that he couldn't hit.
And Doom has been banned here, and we haven't been seeing too much Doom. But why is that?
Yeah, I mean, Doom has been like 100% banned or pick since for a while already, right? For 2 or 3 months. And I think teams are just getting too tired of this hero. And when you play a hero too much, right, people are going to figure out what the best way to counter certain heroes. And I think this is the period that teams are getting a taste of a Doom, of figuring out the best way to play against Doom. There's a lot of ways. You pick Io, you pick Centaur, just bunch of counters that do really well against the Doom. So I think that's the reason why we don't see this hero a lot more. Silencer is going to be a pick to counter the Snapfire. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I like that actually. Just the long range one. Would they be even so bold to put this as like a core silencer, or is it still kind of like unknown at this moment?
10 seconds.
I mean, given that Raging Potato is on this team, I wouldn't count anything surprising out. Zai has played Silencer 3.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's one guy similar to Zai in Southeast Asia, I would say it's Raging Potato.
Really? Okay. So you're putting him up on a pedestal, and you're putting a lot of pressure on him, so to speak. But we'll see if this happens. I feel like Silencer is the type where like he doesn't really have that save, So as a support, I have like a hard time. I mean, he's a great laner and all that stuff, and yeah, he has advantages, but he doesn't have the stun. He doesn't have any sort of mobility. So he really needs to rely on the team to kind of just start getting snowballed.
Exactly. This is exactly my thought. That's why I've been always saying that Silencer, his best role is on the core, because this hero he doesn't offer anything that a support would give. No stuns, no wave clear, no nothing. Like he needs a bunch of items to make this hero a very strong one, because his main role is actually to deal a lot of damage, and you also need your team to protect you to be able to do some kind of impact in the team. So I do feel like Silencer is best on either mid or the off lane, and I wish to see Silencer as a core in this game. And that being said, the Mars and Snapfire combo.
It's nice. I mean, it's a bread and butter one. It makes it very easy to land all your Mortimer kisses, especially when that arena's out there. So that makes a lot of sense. But are we thinking like right now they're saying Mars 3, Tusk 4, Snap 5, right? Like, I mean, yeah, you potentially flex it into a 2, the Snapfire that is, but I think that's kind of what they're showing, at least in terms of their hand that they're playing.
Yep, I would agree. It's just that it looks like YC Sport, they're dumping it into their amazing combo, but this can all be disrupted by the Silencer RT, the global silence. So I'm not too sure if this approach is the best one. I think knowing that there's a Silencer there, you want to pick something that can actually go for the Silencer and kill him straight up. Then they don't really have the hero unless you have your Mars aiming at the Silencer all the time. But you don't really want to just use your Arena on a post 5 Silencer, given that this is a post 5.
All right. But okay. So then you see the Silencer and the Faceless Void, potential a bit of a headache, right? Because you have to account for the chrono and the global silence as well. So what is kind of like, are you comfortable here picking into both of those heroes?
I think you would definitely want something that offers mobility, because there's none right now on the Wise esports side. I think West Spirit or maybe Ember Spirit would be good. Something that can just jump in and out, trying to bait, at least have the ability to bait out the Chronosphere and the Global Silence would be great. But they went for the Venomancer, so it seems like a Veno 3 because it's picked after the Faceless Void, and Veno is just a great hero against the Void, especially on lane.
Yeah, he definitely dominates that. So that puts Mars in a weird spot. So we're talking Mars mid now, right?
Most likely, yeah. I do think that they want to pick the Venomancer and Tusk together in the lane. So one range and one support, always the best, especially against Faceless Void. So Mars could very well be at the mid.
Like,
and I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, because you are putting Mars at the mid, so he gets his Blink Dagger timing. You're most likely going to get uncontested farm, right? So Dagger timing would be much earlier. Deso timing could be earlier as well. So with this extraordinary timing, Silencer could be a very easy kill if Mars gets an early Dagger as well as the Voiceless Void, because there's no save from Execration side so far, except for the Global Silence.
Okay, and they've banned out the Quap and the Invoker, trying to protect this potential mid Mars. They got the Naga Siren, that's definitely your carry right there. But Execration, what destroys Mars in lane?
I think Silencer could do fairly well against the Mars actually. But they're lacking of a Naga killer here. So Lashrak, Zeus is still in the pool if they want to do that. I think there's quite a few heroes, but they are running out of reserve time. That's the problem. They cannot think this through. They have to snap pick a hero right now. Lash, Zeus. Outwarden will be the choice. Wow.
Okay. So it's got technically an illusion or a doppelganger of sorts. But is that the right pick into the Naga?
I mean, Outwarden plus Faceless Void. This is the most greedy. This is the greediest lineup I've seen so far in a while. And Outwarden, is this a good hero against Naga though? Because Naga always have the ability to sleep and then just charge right into Outwarden and find the real Outwarden in just a second, and then they can just burst him down. So I'm not too sure about this Outwarden. I'm not liking it at all, but maybe they have a plan for it.
Okay.
And I think we are seeing a Faceless Void mid here, Howler, since Ken is playing the Faceless Void. So White versus Mars at the mid lane. This is not something we see every day.
That's going to be an interesting matchup right there. But yeah, you are absolutely right in the sense that Ken does play the mid. Palos will play the safe lane. And it looks like RR is your position 5. Raging Potato is the 3. And BDZ is obviously the 4. That's actually pretty nice. That's a pretty cool skin he's got on Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I'm afraid that's the only good thing that we can say about that draft, right?
Yeah. They got more cosmetics. RR on the other hand is kind of a poor man. I don't think he has a single cosmetic on the silencer. So like this guy's got to start winning some tournaments, man, just to get some Dota cosmetics, right?
Yeah, but they do have a very good draft that definitely just make up for that. And I can't wait to see Naga versus Outwarden. In my leader understanding, I think Naga can always do very well against Outwarden. Given the ability to just figure out the position of the real Outwarden. And I want to see how can Wise put their draft advantage into the execution.
Like Vice Esports, they have like the perfect setup, right? You're gonna have the perfect arenas, even into the Gales and all that. You know what I mean? Like you could potentially just destroy a team with one song, right? But let's see if it comes out, because sometimes I feel like Nagas tend to do things. They need to have a good game. They need to start split pushing. They need to split farm, but it's very greedy, right? So for them to get going, they need to ensure that they have a really good lane.
Yeah, but speaking about greedy, like both teams are super greedy as well. So I do think that in this case, Naga should be able to buy enough time to come online, given that the Execution lineup seems pretty passive at the early 15 to 20 minutes at least, until the Faceless Void can get his item going, and of course Outwarden as well. But Wise Esports, they do have a lot of damage when it comes to level 6. So the 10-minute mark is going to be the period that we need to watch out for, because Wise, you know that they are going to come for execution.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see a lot of faces void mids. What is the itemization you go for this guy?
Well, I think it's the same. You still want to get your Mask of Magnus, a couple of Rift Band. The thing is, you need to start playing a bit more aggressive with your early levels. So you also have to pray for your stun, the bash to be procced. So
Okay.
not the best mid ever, I would say, but I'm just thinking how good dilation is in this game, so that he could actually use dilation to create some sort of impact without too much of item. But dilation, yeah, it seems like Wise Esports, all of their heroes are spellcasters, so I think dilation could come in handy.
Okay. I mean, we got a little bit of a pause here. Just a quick one, just before we get started. Naga circuit needs to just reconnect. There we go. This game should be underway. So this is going to be the first series between Vice Esports Execration. This is the second series today. And this is, of course, their first matchup. And this is a big one. Round robin. You're playing with all the teams. You got to win out. You definitely don't want to drop some easy ones. And so let's see how this one plays out. And here we go.
I definitely think that every single game you want to bring your best. It sounds to me, it feels like to me that Wise Esports, they are definitely bringing their best route here. And Execration, perhaps experimenting something, trying something new. So I wish to see Execration make this work though. But on another hand, I also don't wish to see it work, because what if it works and then all of a sudden your pops are just filled with Faceless Void plus Arc Warden? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't want to see that. Yeah, that is definitely something that I don't want to see. So, like, in a way, I'm like, huh, interesting. But, like, if it works, it's like, oh god, my pubs for the next month are going to be disastrous.
I know, right?
All right, so Ken, look at this guy. He can taunt and he can body block at the same time. If that's not a skill, I don't know what is.
Yep. Multitasking at the finest. And Bob seems like not as multitasking capable as Ken, but still gets the block perfectly though. Even better than Ken, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the middle, but okay, here we go. Ken and Bob. Like, it's so funny because it's like you see like Ice, you see KYXY, you see all these crazy names, and then like in the mid lane it's like Ken versus Bob. Like, what is this? Like, what? Like, it's like the most basic of names, like you could be named anything and we'll be like, we'll just call you Ken and we'll call you Bob.
I mean, sometimes simple, and just good to be simple, right? Like, it's good for the casters as well, so we don't have to just call it ice every single time. It's so hard to pronounce. Now we can just
BDC
Ken. Wow,
is just
Ken is on a
cut the
rampage.
creeps. Okay. Yeah, he's getting a little low, but BDC's okay. BDC has a kick first, which is not ideal, but he's slowly taking the creeps all the way in between his T3 and T2, and this is like, you see a lot of this, right? Because of the fact that like you can just pull through, you got boots, and now you just wait for your next creep wave, and so you deny this one from the Veno, but he is a little, yeah, I think he's
He has the kick.
He has the kick, but does need to be a little bit careful. And RR actually gets first blood on Zenki.
Yeah, very good job of Lucifer just mirroring BDC, making sure that even though he gets the free farm here, but he has to pay for it as well. So good job by Lucifer. Also having the first item boost also helps him a lot.
Yeah, and to be honest, you're wondering why like the Tusk is like out here or whatever, but this is actually the right play. Just because you're trying to get as much XP as possible, but it's not the easiest of things because, even if you're a bottom with the Veno, you're really not going to add much and you're actually going to just sap too much XP. So that's kind of why Veno needs to, or sorry, that's why Tusk is just in a bad spot.
Yep, I agree. And also it's pretty good for BDZ as well. Like, it's a good thing that he didn't die there, so he gets to his level 2 pretty early, and now he can start pushing pressure into this Veno. Just rolling Boulder into him and stunning him creates a lot of killing potential, especially with the Bloodseeker, with the Bird Right. The mid lane is more of the boring lane, I would say. There's just not much going on except for trying to CS perfectly, and we can see that Mars is definitely much better than the Void.
Oh, the rolling boulder misses, but the kick does connect. Gale's been okay, and it looks like he's gonna stop here. Raging Potato is not gonna overcommit for this one.
Dire's structures are fortified.
This mid lane though, I mean, if Mars is gonna get popped off, he's gonna do a lot in this game. Most of the execution heroes are very squishy, so one combo, anyone could die except for maybe the Void. But there's also a lot of chain stuns coming from Y side with Tusk, with the Snapfire.
And look at just BDZ has TP on away. Raging Potato is going to cut the creeps and then again, but Mars has just been dominating this mid lane. 21-9 denies, which is pretty massive.
Yeah, he's about half a level ahead of Fizz's White now. And Fizz's White has to be careful. Once Bob hits the level 6 timing, he's going to instantly go on him. And maybe ask for reinforcement coming up from either the Tusk or Snapfire. So level 6 is definitely the timing that Ken has to be very careful with.
Palos and Cirque just trading shots here. They got a bunch of illusions. Gale one time, Raging Potato is going to have to TP on away, realizing he can't just walk away from this guy.
Yeah, I want to see the rotation coming from Tusk because it seems like a pretty quiet game from both of the post 4. Especially the rooming post 4. They are not creating too much of chaos in the side lanes. So I wonder who's going to do the first move.
Yep, Ken time walks it away. A lot of the damage. But there was a pretty massive stack bottom, or sorry, in the top lane that the Snapfire's been playing around with, Zenki that is. But the snowball's been used. They got tag team. They're looking to turn this one, trying to slow down at least Raging Potato, who's level 5. And Tusk is looking to just be very strong. He's within deny range Bloodright, and he's looking to turn this. And they do get the silence, and oh, the outplay. Raging Potato. It looks like they want more, and they're trying to get him. They got the creeps to help him out. The kick is going to slow him down. And BDZ just a couple more shots, and there we go. BDZ with another kill.
Yeah, this is just personal skill at the finest. Raging Potato knowing exactly how much the Bloodright would do, and he has the magic stick as well. That's why he stood and fought, and it pays off. So very well played by the duel coming up from Escalation. Mid lane, Bob has finally hit his timing, so we want to watch out at this. And Tasca immediately TPing mid. They want to make a move on this Faceless Void.
Yeah, Cirque just continue to farm. Just gonna get Treads up next. Zenki just... It's weird because you see... Oh, the first Arena has been used, and it's Ken. He's only level 5. He's getting Steam as well to Snowball, and that should not... Okay, they just enough damage. And BDZ is here, but they're trying to get a little bit... something in return. And BDZ not with having the mana to fully commit on that one.
Yeah, very nice play coming out from Bob. I think he used... Okay, never mind. Zenki here, in a lot of troubles.
You have the King Curse as well. Zenki's been so slow. He does have Cookie. He goes into Roche, but the Rolling Boulder goes in as well, and RR will steal that intel.
Yep, starting to be pretty intelligent here from RR, but like, what can you do with that extra intelligence though? As a post 5. So that's a one question that I'm concerning with. Bottom side, Raging Potato is in a lot of trouble here.
Snowball save for the Bloodright. That's gonna lock it in, and he's gonna try to TP on away. Do they have enough damage?
Nice.
But he TPs to the tower, so
he's gonna fall to the tick.
Was that a mistake? He
Wait.
does? Oh, calculated. I thought he was in the fountain. I was like, oh, this guy's fine, but wow, that was super risky.
Yeah, I mean, this is the name for Raging Potato, right? The nickname of him is Mr. Risky. So, right, I mean, the double ring of regen definitely calculated by Mr. Risky here.
Yeah, I mean,
top lane,
if he TP, okay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he TPs back, you know, he has to do the walk of shame, but he's Raging Potato. He's all about efficiency here. Immediately, he's here mid, trying to make a play.
And they've got him locked in. The Rolling Boulder does end up connecting. The Arena's going to be used. He's been silenced with the Bloodright, and the Rupture as well with a Snowball thing. But where are they going to go? He's going to go for the creep, and not enough. Tusk is now going to run for his life. He's been silenced. He's going to go under tower, and the bash is there. And Ken, when you're lucky, and you get a kill.
I love this rotation coming up from Excretion. 7 minutes in, 5 men rotating into the mid lane, getting a kill with the Chronosphere, instantly putting a lot of pressure onto the tower. This is not something we see every day in our pops or even in competitive matches. This instant pressure coming out from the 5-man units are just beautiful to watch. All of a sudden, one Chronosphere turned into a kill, into a tower. And this is what you want to do when you're playing with a super greedy lineup. You want to just put all your heroes into once and try to make things happen. Even without enough items, you can still utilize your spells to make something happen.
Yeah, and obviously Vice Esports wants to go late game. They want to slow the pace down because they want to get their Naga some sort of farm. But I mean, when Palos is starting to make rotations and they're starting to just group up as 5, and they're able to get kills like that, you're gonna have you're not gonna have a whole lot of time.
Exactly. And we are seeing BDZ mirroring Cirque here. I think Cirque might be dead. He doesn't have song. He knows which one's
you
the
don't
real
go
one.
song to like usually 9, I believe, but they got the Rupture. I believe it's the right one. But he's just gonna kind of take this one through, kick in just to do a little bit more damage. They found him, and Cirque is like, yeah, I don't really think I can do anything. Blood Rights, and that will execute him. Raging Potato secures that kill.
Yeah. And at the other side of the map, Palos falls to the 3-man unit of Wise, and Wise is here trying to take down this tower as well. This is going to be a slow process though.
Yeah, all those wards and all that damage, but if we're looking at Vice, both of their supports are level 4 at this point. So they're trying to do what they can. Create a little bit more space for their Naga, who just died right there, but they might not even get this tower. It's definitely within, it's going to be within deny range, I would think. Especially with those wards chipping away at it.
Even if they get this, that's going to burn a lot of their time.
Arena, the spear is going to miss. Raging Potatoes looking to fight this one, though. TPs are underway. No, it's been canceled. They did get the tower, though. Enryu is going to take that one, and it looks like Vice are going to retreat now after taking that T1 bottom.
Just zoning Arena so that they could secure the tower. Nothing value is lost, though. They're still able to get the bounty runes, so looks like it's gonna be a 3 bounty runes. Oh no, BDZ!
Oh, the Chrono is gonna be used, but he does lock in BDZ as well. The TP from Enryu. Zenki's gonna try to get to the high ground, doesn't have Cookie yet. He tried to stick that one, but not enough, and he does die. Palos is continuing to farm.
Yep. 10 minutes Midas. Yes, it's a decent Midas timing. It's not the greatest, but pretty good as well. Given that they are actually having a Q lead, 9-2, 2k advantage right now at 10 minutes in. It looks like their greediness is starting to pay off. It's working.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Raging Potato is that once he was like level 6, he's been very active. Almost every single time Rupture's been off cooldown, he's looking to just go, and they're looking to find Bob, but he's actually not fast enough. Raging Potato, he used Rupture on Enryu, and he's just going to run away here. He does have the DD. They got the Blood Right as well. He doesn't really have anywhere to go. BD does get stopped, and he gets kicked on out, and the Rupture will bleed him out. But BDZ will pay for this, and Snapfire Cookie the Snowball as well, and the Shoryuken will secure that kill.
That's a 3 for 4. Let me push 3 for post 4. I think Excretion can accept this. It's all space for Parallels and the Faceless Void. Any kill that you can get without having to use and commit the Chronosphere is gonna be good kills. So Excretion definitely doing pretty well here, and Palos is gonna put a bit of pressure on the bottom tower. Is there any punishment coming out from Wise? Not at all, because if they want to do that, they'll have to bring all the resources to the bottom side, and this will just free up a lot of space for the Faceless Void to farm.
Yeah, it's funny that Palos and Ken are both trying to find some sort of farm. Palos has been doing more of the pushing. They got the catapult on bottom, but it's very greedy cores, right?
They're definitely very greedy, but it seems like they're paying off though, because Wise are not exactly being aggressive enough to punish this. I think. Alright, once again, Lucifer.
They do have the Rupture as well. Snowball.
Bash.
Annihilation and the TP.
No bash?
Wow.
Alright. There's no bash at all, so very unfortunate for Excretion, fortunate for Wise. But I'm just wondering why this Excretion seems to be like the one being aggressive, or how are they able to do it? Because they have such greedy lineup, but Faceless Void is always there when the fights are.
Yeah. Oh, that rolling boulder is completely off the mark. Thought he was around there, tried to do it blind, but BDZ not able to connect on anything. Ken just gonna back up here. Net worth wise, though, Ken is top 5, and the Bloodseeker Raging Potato, who's been more active, getting more kills, is actually surpassed him in terms of net worth.
It's all about Wise to push the tempo right now. They've got great spells to do that. I think the one thing I want to see is that them making a smoke play, and this might be the timing that have been waiting for, the Blink Dagger timing from Mars. We said that if you put the Mars on the mid lane, you're gonna get a very good and decent Blink timing, and this is it. 30 minutes Dagger, it's pretty good. This is the time that you want to smoke up.
Yeah, Lucify's trying to make some plays. He's got Urn, Tranquils. He's going to go Blink next. Just a little bit more, initiation. But Cirque actually just doesn't have Manta yet. So what is a good timing for Manta?
I think if you're having an uncontested farm, 15 minutes should be pretty decent.
Okay.
Manta start timing. The only thing I want to see is the diffuser timing though. If he wants to go for a diffuser, if he does not, then maybe Skadi and eventually Abyssal Blade would be the choice. But it seems like he's going for the diffuser blade.
Okay. Yeah. So just a little bit more farming here.
Wise is being very passive though. Like by picking up the power rune there, now Execration knows that there's the dagger on the Mars, so they would be extra careful, extra cautious about it. I wonder how can Wise find openings now, because they just show the dagger by picking up the power rune.
Yeah, they have a 2-man smoke bottom though. They're trying to hunt for something, the next bit of prey. Can continue to farm. Enri is going to take advantage of all the space and look to take the T1 mid. At least create a little bit of pressure here.
Lucifer is just going to stay bottom side, and it seems like Execration is going to be the one that's smoking now. They have the global silence.
They have it, and the rupture is going to be used. He blinks away. He's going to look to TP. Is there anybody? No, there's no stun there. BDZ actually went bottom, is too low, out of position for that stun. Zenki's going to look to just TP now. BDZ missing his boulder smash.
Alright, everybody's just TPing it away, and this is all space for the Naga Siren. And also, the Venomancer is also pressuring mid in the meanwhile, so pretty good disengagement coming up from Wise. They are pushing 2 lanes in as well. But the thing is, they are not the one that is supposed to be buying time. They are supposed to be attacking, because Palos, every single minute that you give him for the free farm, he's gonna double up with the double Midas. And you don't want to let Palos have a 2-3 of the game.
Oh, global silence has now been used, and it looks like there's a little bit of a fight in the top, but they don't actually see anything. There's actually a lot over nothing. There's like no actual fight.
Alright, if this is still not the timing for Wise Esports to do something, I don't know what is. Alright,
the nets, they found the silencer, and RR just gets destroyed there. Not smart enough to see that he was in a bad spot.
Yep. The top is becoming a dead lane right now since Venomancer is already here. It's very hard for...
the spear! Bob is going to do with it. They've got the little bubble for him, but Palos is going to die. That's just the doppelganger, though. And it looks like the glyph is going to be used. They're going to try to get something. They've got smoke on, and they do see them top, so they're going to make their way over there. But Ken has actually used his time walk a little aggressively. It's back on off cooldown now. Chrono for Enryu. They're going to go for this. Bloodright is going to be used on the back end of this, but the song is there, saving Enryu. They're going to mech on up, and they're going to look to turn this around the arena. They thought they were trapped in here with me. No, they're trapped in here with you. And there's the spear and the time walk away. Ken is going to survive. BDZ pulling boulders away and magnetizes all over the place. A lot of fighting, but no actual killing.
No way. They just all get out like that, but BDZ is going back again.
BDZ went back in. Raging Potato continuing to fight this. The Bloodright is there. They do have him, but Mars is going to TP away. Oh, but the boulder, the rolling boulder, and that should be enough for Bob, who misses the spear in panic, and he does die, and they got the Snapfire and Mars, and that was a buyback from Earth Spirit, though.
Yeah, very nicely done by Earth Spirit. He recognizes that he could just buy back, and then getting the crucial kill on the Mars, definitely worth it. And most importantly, both Faceless Void and Bloodseeker survived through all the spells from Wise Esports. That was a crucial global silence as well, stopping his course to get burst down. I still can't believe how did Faces One not die there. I think they got too greedy, right? Some of the Wise esports players went for the Bloodseeker, some of them went for the Faces Void, so the targeting wasn't quite there. And
the Rolling Boulder just a little slow. The Gale's gonna slow him down, and remember we should just be able to kite him out. The Walrus Punch is there. The Boulder smash, the Rolling Boulder, and they found Tusk in a bad spot, but the heal keeps him alive. The Snapfire Cookie forward, and he's looking at Snowball. The Ice Shards a little off the mark where he can get kind of out. BDZ, though, is going to look to roll. No, he does die. Raging Potato's looking to turn this around, and he is in Wily Coyote mode, and he's running right at you. He's going fast. The arena as well. They've got 4, but it looks like Enryu is just trying to stay on the edge of the arena. He does get killed. Raging Potatoes continue to run on up. He's been netted, and the Snapfire Cookie will end up securing that one, and they thought they were aggressive, but they did not know the Naga was going to be there with a DD.
Oh, yeah. But that was a pretty good fight for Execration, though. Like, for Wise Esports, they were not at their full capability because Naga Siren obviously was not there at the first. But Outwarden is just slowly going to outfarm the Naga Siren and the rest of Wise Esports, and this gotta be a problem now. And I think Wise Esports, if they want to take a fight now, they have to start involving Naga Siren way more. Because they need the song for the account initiation. They also need the song to identify where the Outwarden is.
Oh, but they found the doppelganger for Palos, who just TP'd into that on the outpost. But Cirque almost has the defusal. And once you've got Manta defusal, that's pretty much a huge power spike. So you'll definitely be seeing a lot more of her.
Yeah, his team is desperately needing him. Because obviously they're slowly running out of damage. Because the presence of the Global Silence is just stopping all the combos coming out from Wise Esports.
Oh, I thought I heard a Chrono, and there we go, and they've just only killed, I believe, just the Snapfire. So they got something so far. Cirque, though, is going to have to just Song TP away, and that should just end this engagement.
Well, Ken is just not... He's never shy to just use the Chronosphere on the supports. You know, so far he has been committing a lot of the Chronos just to get a 1 or 2 kills.
And they've only been able to get really like the Snapfire, like not the real juicy targets that you're looking for, especially when you're looking to Chrono like that.
Yeah, exactly. He has been just chronoing the Venomancer, chronoing the double supports coming out from Voice, but never the Naga Siren. So Naga Siren looks pretty strong here. He's going for the meme hammer actually.
What do you think about that?
Alright.
I need the shards. They found him. Raging Potato, Walrus Punch. The Global Silence is going to be used, buying a little bit of time. The Rolling Boulder is a little bit short, but Magnetize is not. The Arena, the Snapfire Cookie, and it looks like they're going to fight this one. Cirque is around, but the Magnetize doing a lot of work. Ken gets the pick off on the Tusk, and he wants a little bit more. The Rolling Boulder away, and the Rage Ken is continuing to fight this one, but he runs into the Poison Nova, the Spear as well, and he's gone too deep, and Ken just gets destroyed. Oh, the Mortimer Kisses as well. Just a couple parting gifts as Execration just run away here.
Yeah, nicely done by Wise Esports. They, as I said, they really need the Naga Siren presence, and it totally paid off. Naga Siren right now with the Manta Diffuser Blade, he has a lot of ways to shut down this Bloodseeker and Faceless Void, especially they don't have their BKB yet.
What do you think about the Meteor Hammer on the Naga, though? I mean, your song and everything, you can set it up and everything, but is that really the play? Is that really the item you want?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's because of the Global Silence threat, right? Every time the Mars Cat mid lane, Zenki
Snapfire one other time. He's gonna try to run, but with another. Oh yeah, you can't dodge that one. BDZ securing that one, making sure that Raging Potato secure that kills. And here we go. Here's the Roadrunner. And they're trying to heal. BDZ gets galed on up, just trying to go the high ground. The Rolling Boulder doesn't have the stones, or he's not saving it, or he's using it now. The Arena is going to be used, and BDZ does get speared here. Palos is also here with his doppelganger friend, and they've got Enryu locked in, and he's going to be killed.
Wow, the ability to change down is really crazy, but Raging Potato is running into the bunch of illusions.
The illusions are fighting him, and they're starting to get tanky, but they've got all 5, and 2 heroes are down from Vice Esports. And yeah, I don't think you want to dive deeper than that.
Bob just died somewhere else to Ken. And Crossway is still available, so I think Ken literally just bashes Bob down, and Bob died there too. Is this gonna open up the openings for Execration to do Roshan? Maybe
They
not.
could. Oh, okay. Oh no, Palos actually went bottom, so no, not
Yeah.
at this point. But
Yeah, they're
Ken
still afraid
actually
of
went-
the.
Yeah,
you
go
can't
on.
really just walk into Roshan with the song available, so they have to kill down. They have to kill this Naga Siren if they want to do the Roshan.
And interesting enough, Raging Potato is not going the traditional, the what's it called, the Veil itemization build. He's going more of like the traditional offlaner in the sense that he has pipe, more utility and survivability.
Yeah, I totally like that. You are up against the Mars and the Venomancer, and also the Snapfire, right? There's a lot of AoE damage coming out from Wise, so pipe griefs are definitely good items that someone from Aspiration needs to get that. So Bloodseeker is a pretty good hero to do that.
The crash is Ken is going to get snowballed here. He gets Walrus Punch, but Lucify is going to probably die here as Raging Potato. They have vision and everything that they need and 4 heroes. So it looks like Lucify will die here.
Aspiration is just being so greedy right now. The Faceless White has no means of getting a BKB, and he's not getting punished. Oh my god, sir! Has to be really careful. Take the free 300 gold, but he also takes a lot of damage from just the illusion or the double ganger. The Seeker right now is going to look for something. Has a pipe, so we'll be able to mitigate a lot of the magic damage coming out from Wise.
Oh, they got
R?
He's going for 2. Woo!
Double kill.
Kill the DH and the FedEx guy. Oh man. Alright, so you got the Ags going up next on the Silencer. He's got Force Staff and DD on Palos. So this should make quick work of this one.
Interestingly, Outwarden has the BKB, and Faceless White does not have, so it's an interesting switch because normally you would not want to buy BKB on Outwarden, and you would want to get BKB on Faceless White, but it has totally changed, but it seems like it's paying off.
Yeah. And Cirque here, they just continue to farm, and man, this lead that Execration is. Oh, they found Raging Potato a little too deep, gets deleted, and BDZ's looking to just run away. He's got the boulder. Oh, but he gets clumsy netted if he wants to. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna just retreat here, especially with Raging Potato down for 38 seconds.
Wow, looking at the Silencer, he is about 20% towards his Aghanim Scepter. That's gonna be AoE. What's the spell called again? Last Word. Yeah, you'll be able to get an AoE Last Word. That should be interesting. This is the build that Zai did when he was playing at the other tournament as a Silencer 3, and surprisingly, this post 5 Silencer is getting very rich.
It's crazy that you would think to go Ags on a position 5 like this. But I guess you've already got 4, so you already have some sort of protection, and plus your team is snowballing so hard that like you don't really need to go like the traditional Glimmer or that style of Silencer.
Yeah, because Execration heroes are all about just go, go, go. All they want to do is die, so having more offensive items can really always be good. Warden, I want to see him using this baby.
Oh, they got the smash. Enryu's just gonna poison Nova, but I mean he's already been killed. Just the burst that they've got is just pretty strong.
Right now, Execration is doing what? Yeah, they're just doing whatever they want, and it feels like why sports they pick this Mars and Snapfire combo, but we haven't seen that too often yet.
Yeah. They're looking to siege this, especially with Enryu down for another 20 seconds. Pushing out and cutting, like, just fixing all the lanes, right? Like, this is like the big thing, is just like completely choking him out. But here comes Lucify going very aggressive, but he was by himself. He gets the Walrus Punch and he just kind of like laps and just runs away.
Yeah, he was trying his luck to see if his Warriors Cake could burst down to Faceless Void, but Faceless Void is just too tanky, a little bit too tanky for that. Execration is just taking over the jungle of YC Sports. This is the place that Nagasari absolutely loves to farm at, the triangle. So taking away that from the Nagasari hurts him a lot. So even though you are not killing the Naga, but you're taking a lot of the farming space from YC Sports.
Oh, they got that nice long distance rolling boulder into this, all the way into the Yules to just kind of make sure that Zenki doesn't go anywhere. And they've got the Ken here with the The bashes, man. The bashes.
These Echo Saber pickup actually seem to be working very well if you are playing a mid Faceless Void, because you need this kind of mini stun or mini slow that could help you stop the enemy, so that you could actually play with very minimum items as a mid lane hero. You can still be a bit more aggressive and offensive with these small items. So I think it's a very smart pickup.
Like, I think it's really coming back to Cirque's Meteor Hammer for me. Like, if he got, instead of that 2000, he would have had the, like, that much closer to the Scotty, right? And if he has Scotty, that's like a completely different game.
I mean, I can understand the Meteor Hammer, you know, because they know that the chain stun is going to get disrupted by the global silence, but Meteor Hammer is not going to get disrupted.
Yeah.
So that's the idea of picking up the Meteor Hammer. But the only problem I have is that he hasn't used once.
Yeah.
On any hero on team fight since he picked up.
Yule's on Enryu, and they got the nice little rolling boulder. He's got nowhere, but he's got the Greaves, and he's gonna die on this one. But yeah, wasn't gonna go anywhere. But Rupture was used for that.
This should be a high ground stage for Aspiration. This is the first time we see a high ground stage today, because for the past 2 years you haven't seen that. There's a lot of killings. So this is unfortunately the first time that we can see Venomancer is dead for another BKB was forced by BDZ.
Yeah. He's been forcing him all over the place, and last time he did get away, but the Chrono will catch him at the tip, and Palos is here. It's going to be a ton of damage. Silencer gets a little bit smarter.
No running away this time. Naga Siren, I still want to see what is Naga Siren going to contribute in this game, because so far we hasn't seen Naga Siren in too much of the fight. Obviously, you want to pick this hero into, you know, countering the Faceless Void, countering the Outwardian, not just all the buff space pushing.
Like, I get that it's a counter, but man, this Meteor Hammer, like, I totally understand the reasoning that you just said. Like, don't get me wrong, like, that is not confusing to me, but I just feel like if he was just tankier, just doing straight up damage, like, it would help the team a lot more than potentially of, you know what I mean? Like, Global Silence is one of those things you just work around. You don't have to, like, itemize for it, but you've wasted a lot of gold on this Meteor Hammer, and I really don't like that.
Same. I don't really... I'm not buying this choice as well. But as you say, Lucify, once again, you're gonna fall at the bottom lane, but this is a lot of space being created. Like, he distracted most of the focus firepower from execution from the mid lane to the bottom lane. So if that's a good death, this is the kind of good death that you want. You want to die way ahead from your own base.
Okay. All right. So I've never played Dota with you, and we should, by the way. But the fact that, like, if I just feed or whatever, I'm just gonna be like, oh, that was a good death. That was a good death, and you're just gonna believe me from now on, okay?
Oh my god. Now I would never want to play Dota with you.
No, why? Because it's a good death. Oh, but the spear in, they found Palos in the arena as well. The Rupture's been used. Palos is going to BKB. He's going to just turn and fight this one. He's got the bubble up. He's got the doppelganger as well. Bob is trying to fight him, but he's like turning this around, and he's going to TP. No, he doesn't even get away. And Palos was like, all right, I'm going to stand my ground, and I'm going to fight.
Oh, punch. Easy 300 gold. Yep. But that was a very sad. This is definitely a very sad game for Sapphire. He never get to enjoy the luxury and privilege to just, you know, sit there and press R. Very good. Yeah, I mean, it turns out to be a very good silencer pick, I suppose. But we were not liking it, but it seems like, you know, they're obviously lacking of Disable, right? But the bash coming out from Can just totally salvaged that. And right now, there's a Hex getting picked up by Palos. So that solved all the problem.
There we go, and they found the Walrus Punch, but the Chrono is there, and they do find him. And Cirque is going down very, very low. The Greaves is actually not enough to keep him alive, and the +4 intel from the Silencer as well, and that's another, well, +8. If we're just doing the math here, and Bob has been Shadow Amulet. No, he's going to blink back on for Raging Potato's gone a little too deep. BDZ is going to roll forward and kick him back, and they get the Mars, and they got a double kill already for RR. And man, this core, and there we go, GG.
Yeah, I feel like Wise just never get to get to execute their game plan. They wanted this team fight heavy lineup, so they obviously wanted to shine at a team fight, but they just couldn't do it. Execution, they understand their timing a lot more. They're always just fighting around with each other, using the chronosphere very perfectly. My personal favorite of chronosphere is definitely the 7-minute one. They're literally just 5 men with the void and kill the guy, take down the tower with 5 men. You don't see this at all. I haven't been seeing this kind of move at all from Southeast Asia team. Normally, these are the moves that Team Secret would make, Nigma would make, but not just some random Southeast Asia team. So I was very impressed by that. And I think after that, it was just clinical execution coming out of execution side. They did perfectly in making sure that their greedy lineup works. So well-deserved victory for execution.
For me, I always look at like Vice as they have like the Tusk, who again, the whole strategy in mind is to just burst this guy down, snowball on him, ice shard him, and just blow him up. But then you have like a hero that's like Veno, and it's like, oh, it's like the slow burning, sustaining type. You know what I mean? Like they don't really synergize very well. And then you're also throw the Mars in there, who's got the arena again, looking to just kind of burst that guy down in the time that the arena's there. Again, doesn't really work with the Veno. So there's like a lot of things that are like they don't really work well together. Like like on paper, like I get it, like you're stuck in and you can just kind of poison Nova everybody, but you want to burst people, you want to kill people as quickly as possible, and that lineup doesn't really do that.
Yeah, exactly. This is a very good point from you, Haller. And this is what happens sometimes, on paper, I see a Faceless Void, I'm thinking to myself, oh, Venomancer is a very meta pick. It's very popular right now. It's great against Venomancer. Let's pick it. We know that Venomancer is going to do well against Faceless Void, but what happens after 30 minutes though? What happens if Execution so smartly put the Faceless Void onto the mid lane, all of a sudden, bam, this Venomancer pick become completely worthless.
Yeah.
So this is very good point there, and Execution literally just outsmart them with the switch and getting the even more greedy pick outward onto the safe lane to deal with the Venomancer.
Yeah, and this is the last team fight bottom, and you're going to just see just what happens. And it's too easy for Palos right there, and just the text that needed to have been done. But like again, it's kind of coming back to the like the draft. I feel like the draft really needed some work. Just fine tune it. Like I don't feel like mechanically there's an issue. Laning was fine, but being outsmarted with like the Faceless Void mid, if that's the case, then in this case I probably would have been like I would have flexed the vet. The lucky viewer for this one, congratulations to him for finding that one out. You're Kaito Salceda. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but congratulations. We'll find you. We'll get you your award. Thank you so much for playing. But yeah, we're going to go into a quick break, and then we're going to go into game 2 shortly after that. That's going to be the last match of the day. It's going to be Vice Esports Execution. Please do stay tuned.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetEase. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry, Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình, và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thổ bùng đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Đơ Ca Khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Đơ Ca Khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
วัสดีค่ะ โนอี้ค่ะ หรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลย ที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลย เพื่อนๆ คนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลย เดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะ ส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะ ซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะ เพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกม ซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020. Iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is passion. Peace.
Hello and welcome back to Top Clans 2020. We've got the Dota 2 SEA Invitational here. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur. And we didn't actually do this before, but where can they find you on social media for all of your insights and analysis?
I do a lot of Facebook streaming, so if you guys would like to see, I'm available at Leon After Dota. How about you, Holler?
And you can find me at Holler TV on YouTube and Twitch. I do some streaming as well, a little bit of content, but mainly I cast. So if you like to if you like what we're doing, obviously just follow us on both social medias, and of course follow Top Clans as well. You can find them on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Their streams are going on live right now, obviously, and so welcome to the show. We're gonna have many opportunities for you, the viewers, to just win out prizes and to kind of course, watch some high-level Dota. We've got Game 2 underway. This is gonna be Vice Esports versus X Creation. We saw that first game where Vice Esports kind of had a little bit of a rough draft in terms of what they were trying to do. Not the easiest of lineups to kind of, to play out. And we kind of saw just the power of execration there.
Yeah, I would say at a game one, at least, Excretion seems like they are on another level of understanding. They know exactly what Wise wanted to do with the draft, and they play around it. They dodge their weaknesses, they put in their strength, and suddenly they look like a much better team than Wise Esports. So, second game, I wish to see Wise Esports does some kind of adjustment into the draft, and also in the gameplay itself, try to execute their game plan, because we were not seeing that at all at the game one.
And one of those games where it's not like, the kill count looked bad. It was like 30-10 or something like that. But it felt like that they still had a chance. Vice Esports, that is. Because if you've got a Naga at the end of the day, it's a late game hero that can definitely scale and definitely can win you the game. But you just need that right initiation, that team fight to go on, which we kind of unfortunately didn't really see. As Naga was just too busy farming. So maybe they go back to the drawing board and pick something a little bit with a little bit more synergy going into game 2.
Oh yeah, definitely. Speaking of synergy, I do think that the one Veno pick really screwed up their draft a little bit. They wanted to play this team fight heavy lineup, just pop one guy instantly with burst, but they finished the draft with a Venomancer, just not exactly the kind of style that you wanted for your team. I would argue that like even some heroes like Skywrath Mage, Sunstrike on the Invoker could do that as well, but just I want to see them aligning their game plan together with all the heroes.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit different, but yeah, like okay, from like the Snapfire Mars, from those picks, like the first 3 that we saw, what would have been a better pick instead of the Veno?
Doom is not in the picture, so I think Bat Rider is not in the picture as well. I'm trying to think about the band now because I couldn't remember all of them, but I'm pretty sure there's better heroes than Venomancer, because I'm just trying to say, there's the concept of it, because you don't want to just counter pick a hero and then create this counter synergy in your own draft, because that's not optimal for sure. You cannot just look at one hero and say, all right, this hero is great for the lane, because if you do that, what Execration did was simply just move the Faceless Void onto the mid lane to dodge the Venomancer, and all of a sudden, your Venomancer pick to counter the Faceless Void become completely useless, and you have this huge hole that you dig for yourself that you have to salvage with another pick. So that's the biggest problem for me. You need to stick to your game plan and not just get baited to pick into a bad pick just to counter one hero.
I mean, if they pick the Veno, and they were definitely focusing on the Faceless Void, so you're right with that, but is it possible for them to have just done a lane swap instead? So just play the Veno mid? Wouldn't that have been a better game overall?
But that just made things even worse, because you wanted the Mars to be at the mid lane, you wanted him to have a great timing on the Blink Dagger, so that you can start creating fights around the map. But if all of a sudden you're putting Venomancer on the mid lane, it completely destroys your game plan as well, because Mars is not going to do well against the Arc Warden. Your Blink Dagger timing might very well be 20 minutes, and suddenly the game become even worse for yourself. So I just don't know if there's any better lane swap that they can do about this. It's just that Venomancer just completely destroyed their game plan, in my opinion.
Okay, all right. So that makes sense to me. I mean, like, okay, so if those heroes didn't really work out, do you look to pick out a different, like, I mean, you just got to go back to the drawing board. You just got to pick something completely new again, right?
Yeah, I would say so. But it also depends on what strategy or hero sets that Wise Esports has in their mind, right? Because it does feel like Snapfire and Tusk, they look like a pretty decent pick. The only thing that concerns me is that Snapfire was the first pick, Tusk was the second one. You could easily just get a Faceless Void yourself, right, at the second pick. Because at the end, Faceless Void went to the way of Execration. It wasn't banned or picked, simply because Execration has the next consecutive pick. So they snatched the Faceless Void away from Wise Esports, and that feels like a big loss for me. It looks like a draft mistakes for me there.
Okay. But, draft is a big part of this game, right? You don't have a puppy, you don't have a curl, that's on every team and that's available. But, I guess, how do you get better, right? How do you improve? I mean, you coached yourself, right? So you know exactly, like, what is the mindset? Like, what are you telling people? Like, how do you get people to is it more research? Is it more, do we throw more data? Like, what is it that, helps your team?
It's a lot about thinking, because if you're a coach of a team, the players, a lot of times, they spend a lot of time in playing the game itself, not as much as thinking. So you, as the coach, you need to do the brain work for a team. You need to think, come up with new concepts of playing the game. You need to figure out what is the playing style of the better teams, like Secret, like the PSG LGDs. What are the things that make them so special that allow them to dominate their region? So these are the things that you need to think of. There's a lot of brain work to do, and you, as a coach, you also have the hardest thing that I find during my coaching time is that how are you going to pursue or convince your teammates that this is going to be a good idea? Because obviously you are introducing a new concept, right? And no one else has done that before. So how, it's going to be hard for a coach to convince the opinion that, yo, do this, it's going to be great. Because it's not going to be great at the first go. You are going to suck at the very first try. Second attempt might be hard as well. But if you keep doing that, if you manage to find yourself a way of playing that suits you the best, you might very well be the team that sets up the new meta for the region.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I get that, and there's a lot of value. I'm a firm believer in coaches, and especially traditional sports. It's amazing. Obviously, you have like really high paid coaches that do really really well. We see that in all the professional sports. So I don't see why esports wouldn't be at similar in that same vein. So yeah, there's a tremendous value there. Draft is definitely one of those things. The second thing though is going to be just just getting the motivation, the momentum going for the team. So that's like another big one. So I think we're going to take a quick little break just as we're getting the second team or the second game set up. But we'll be right back.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rasdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rasdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Clan 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Ross.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder. and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition, gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion. Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25, and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial, and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
And we're back with Top Clans 2020 Dota 2. My name is Huller and I'm with Arthur. We're going to get into Game 2 very, very soon between Vice Esports Execration. We saw the first game where Execration pulled that one out. We saw there were potential draft issues, a little bit of a, mid-game style where they weren't really in sync. They were definitely getting pushed and they need to play a little bit faster. I think that's the biggest takeaway from that first game, but nothing to where they couldn't come back from. This is definitely something that they could do a little bit better. And any other thoughts on that game, Arthur?
Yeah, definitely. It's not like it's the end of the day. I think if you're able to learn from that, you could actually, there's a lot of things to learn. And if it makes you become a better team, then it is a good loss, right? So I'm still hoping that Vice Esports could bring us more, because I know a couple of their players, they are super talented, especially Bob, Lucify as well. They are super high ranked. I believe like they are all above 9k, so the personal skill is definitely there. You just need to put in more work into the team coordination, the team play, and how to play against the enemy's timing.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing where like, yeah, you get a bunch of high MMR players together, but can they play well together? That's the biggest thing, right? And even when you're losing, it's can you face adversity? I think we're gonna find out, right? Can they, are they up for the challenge of taking on Execration? That we're gonna have to see, and just how they bounce back, because I think that's like the biggest thing of, yeah, we lost the game, but what do we do? What did we learn? How do we improve? How do we get better? And how do we take this moving forward?
Yeah, that's the name of the game. It's all about improving. There's no lose if you are taking every lose as a lesson. It's either we win or we learn, right? So I want to see YC Esports, the young kids, the young guns bouncing back into this. I think the coach plays a very big role as well. As we just touched on the topic, we say that, just like any traditional esports, you gotta have a coach that analyzes about the game. You also want to have a coach that helps you develop at your another side of the game. The off-game things are super. Wait. Okay, so it seems like we are getting into an all-pick lobby. I believe that the draft has been done previously, so the lobby has to remake, and they are jumping into all-pick game. And we should just do a quick analyze on the picks coming up from both sides.
Yeah. So already, I'm loving the BDZ Wind Ranger 4. That's like my hero of choice, definitely as a 4. So yeah, and then we're gonna see the Invoker Ken, Raging Potato Mars, looking to turn this around. RR on the 5, Palos on his Ursa. So that's a pretty strong lineup. And Vicey Sports TB Cirque, Bob on the Timbersaw, Lucify on the Tiny 4, Zenki 5, and the Enryu Viper. What do you think about that?
Yeah, seems like offlane Viper against the Palos Ursa. I'm a big fan of Viper offlane, There's not a lot of people that are playing this hero right now, but I've seen KRXY firsthand. How does he play the Viper offlane? I think it's very legitimate. It fulfills a lot of strategical things, because you like, first of all, this hero counters a lot of heroes. The Netotoxin brick is super useful, but another thing is that your Netotoxin is the one spell that can help you defend almost all of the towers. So every time Execration wants to push a tower, Viper is just gonna be there to defend the tower. If you want to push a tower, you have to kill the Viper. It's just that easy. But there's also Oracle behind of it as well. So this Viper kit, I can see it becoming very effective this game. But another thing I want to touch on is that, remember how we say when you are playing a Mars, you want to pump in the extra burst damage, and this is what Execration is doing. You have the Sunstrike from Invoker, giving that Invoker is a QE Invoker.
With the magic missile. And Lucify, all he wants is a high 5. He wasn't able to get that. And the Oracle Fortune's End will just end that, and they're just going to disengage here. But that could have been super close. But yes, agreed. I think that they came back with a little bit of a different lineup, and they're like, okay, we're going to show you how to play Mars, and they've got that burst that you're talking about. But BDZ, okay.
Wow,
that's gonna
a lot
end
of
that
action before a Bounty Rumor spawns. So Andrew didn't have the Necrotoxin. I mean, he didn't have the first skill, so he won't be doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, which is not really the best item to start. And Oracle's been spamming like crazy. They have all 4 heroes Vice, and they really want this rune. And then they're going to just kind of run away. Execration realizing that there's too many, and they're just going to just let Lucify pick up the rune there.
Yeah. Yeah, so the reason for getting Netoxin at level 1 is that you want to just spam Netoxin, get to your level 2 straight before your enemy carry does. So you can start spamming out the harass to the Ursa, because your harass doesn't draw aggro. So if you manage to get to level 2 first, you'll be able to harass a lot on the Ursa. And mid lane can. We talk about the burst, but seems like this is a QW Invoker, so the burst is not going to come very soon.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Like, against the Timber? Is Quaswax the way to go?
It's one way to go. I mean, you definitely want Vessel against Timbersaw. And the Viper as well, and also you're pairing yourself with an Ursa, right? Ursa wants to be fighting very early on, so Invoker QE will have the very early aggressiveness against Wise, and they could ram out the tempo. I can see them playing really fast with this QW Invoker.
Right. And Lucify doing the creep cutting. This is going to be the new thing. Like, we've been seeing a lot in the pubs, just kind of constantly doing this. The position 4 just takes it all the way back, denies that entire range, or that creep wave. to Ursa there. So
Yep, this is something that you want to do when you are playing a mini post 4, like Spirit, Tiny, Clockwork. They always want to do this because level 2 is so crucial. You don't want to just sit on the lane and leech your XP from your offlane. So this is something that you could do. With this one wave, you could instantly get to level 2 if you don't get any creeps denied. But it seems like he's just gonna put the wave to the Viper though, so okay.
yeah, okay, that's interesting. Just making sure that he, the Viper gets as much farm as possible. You definitely want him to have a good game because he does fall off in the end. So BDZ, wait, okay, they're tri-lane here. They're just trying to create a lot more space because the Viper could potentially just be a headache for this Ursa.
Yeah, I like this decision coming out from Execration. They know that Viper, the weakest point of Viper is pre-level 3 or pre-level 5. So if you're tri-laning him, he won't be able to do too much harassment to the Ursa. And once again, this decision of Wise picking one hero to counter another just completely get blow off. You don't have that advantage anymore.
Yeah, I mean, their team Vice have like the Tiny and the Oracle, so you got a bit of burst, you got some save as well. You have the Timber that's kind of sustaining, but the Viper's that type where it's kind of similar in roles. You know what I mean? In the sense that like it doesn't like burst people; it's gonna slowly tick them away. But it's pretty much going to be all up onto this TB. Make sure he has a good game because he's the only one really bringing damage to the yard.
Oh, exactly. And also don't forget the Timbersaw as well. You have the Invoker against Timbersaw. This is a very free laning phase for the Timbersaw. So I want to see Bob takes over this game because if he couldn't, I don't see anyone else buying enough space for the TB given that Viper is not having a great early game.
Yeah. Not the greatest. They've got a stack here. Lucify's trying to prevent this. He's got the Avalanche, just throwing that out there. But yeah, that should be the end of that.
Palos already having a very early boost of speed, just to get away from the slows coming out from Viper.
Ooh, the spear does connect, but doesn't actually attach to anything. But yeah, Enryu just, it's weird because they put him on the Veno before in the last game, and they've gone with a Viper this game. So just a lot of slows, a lot of toxic poison type heroes, but not really that traditional offlaner.
Yeah, it's not the kind of explosive offlaner that you're looking for, having a Blink Dagger, going into the team fight with a multiple stuns. Nothing like that, but a lot of slow damage, a lot of kiting, and aura buying. I'm not sure if that's the best way of playing offlane right now, but we'll see. We'll see if this happens.
Oh, the Timber Change is doing a little bit of work. Tornado EMP just to kind of lock that. Oh, the Cold Snap stopping him from the Timber Chain. He's just going to do Ring Around the Rosie on the tower at least, but there's a lot of creeps, and the tower damage is in there, but the reactive armor just healing too much.
Yep, level 5 Timbersaw is the scariest one because with level 3 reactive armor.
The Magic Missile on RR, and he does go down. That's going to be First Blood going the way of Enryu there. They got that one, and they're going to look to run. But Ursa, Palos is continue to chase after Enryu, swipe after swipe, and he's a little bit faster than him, so he might actually get it. The power shot as well, and Enryu does go down by Palos.
Very worth for the Ursa. Now, taking down the Viper, this is going to give you at least 2 levels of advantage coming to the lane. Viper is going to return with level 3, but meanwhile, Ken is getting on by this team.
Oh, that chain, but the right click in addition, Ken just gets it, and the BMT tips are coming out.
This is exactly what Timbersaw needs to do. He needs to be extra aggressive when it comes to this mid lane because Execration, they are clearly, just tri-laning this Viper. You need to find some way to just pull the support away from this Viper so Viper gets to play a game. And Timbersaw, he's doing his best right now, tanking all the tower hits so that his catapult will be able to take down this mid tower.
I mean, like this, oh, the Tornado catches onto him, and they've got the Cold Snap as well, but Ursa had already been killed. Palos is down for another 20 seconds, but BDZ, and they get a nice shackle. He's got really nowhere to go. The power shot, level 1, not doing a whole lot of damage, but that should be enough.
Yep, that was a 3-man rotation at bottom side for Expiration. This is Definitely worth it, you know. Viper dying for this, but they get a kill on Ursa. They also get a mid lane tower as well. This opens up a lot of map for the Wise to play with, especially when you are playing a TB. You want to force the enemy to run around you, trying to defend towers, so that TB gets all the farm in the world.
Yeah, and Timber, like, all you need to do is just like literally tank the tower so that the siege creep and the creeps just do all the tower damage. But I mean, they've already got the T1 and they're going to continue to push. Bob is going to become a nuisance in this mid lane.
Definitely. He has got Soul Ring, Mana Boot, so mana is not a problem. He could stay in the lane forever if he wants to. And Cirque just never shy to pop Beta just to farm efficiently, because he knows that right now the team doesn't need him yet, because Bob is literally doing everything for the team.
Oh man, Palos is trying to fight him, but he's only level 5. And just the whirling death, the damage that's been done, and he's already under half, and he has to back up the chakram. Okay, he's not going to be super aggressive, and he's going to end right before the T3.
Yep, he knows that he can go for aggressive move like that, because the Twisted Purse from Execution side is just not the Timbersaw killer. But
they do find him, but the toss in, and that's going to be a dead bear. Palos goes down. Did not expect the Tiny to be waiting in the wings.
Good rotation coming out from the Zephyr. And also, Belief has been forced. There's a lot of attention taking away from the TB, and TB just having the game of his day right here.
Yeah, they have to do a rotation, because they're like, okay, we're gonna let the Ursa deal with the Timber. And generally speaking, when they started in the lane, like level 1, I'd be okay with that lane. I think Ursa has a slight edge in that advantage. But when, you know, Timber's kind of just balling like this, it's going to be very difficult, especially when he has like a Tiny waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think this is time that you don't want to be touching the Timbersaw. And bottom lane, they're going aggressive when they can.
For it. The Avalanche, the Fortune's End, the toss up, and that's a lot of burst, but he's somehow alive. He gets a tornado off. The EMP's going to be working, and the arena's there, and that's going to be a dead Tiny and Oracle. They got caught out a little too deep. They did not expect Raging Potato to make that quick TP.
Yeah, very well played by Raging Potato with very on-point spells as well. Every single spells hit. And that's the revenge tip coming out from the Invoker to the Oracle. In mid lane, so far Bob is still doing his thing here, creating a lot of shenanigans, and meanwhile Ken actually got a kill on Viper.
Yeah, he's sticking around bottom. I mean, he's actually doing fine. Sidesteps it. And then he, the chain gets cut, or the tree gets cut, excuse me. So unfortunately wasn't able to chain through.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower.
Yeah, this is just, you know, Timbersaw winning the psychological game, because normally if a Timbersaw sees a Ursa, he will want to run away, but this Timbersaw is just charging right into the Ursa, telling Palos that you are not the alpha here, I am the alpha. So Palos has to run away, and that is a very, very bad feeling.
Yeah, and Palos, though, I mean, he's going to be going Battle Fury up next. He's going to definitely farm a little bit. But actually, Timber actually has to respect the amount of damage that Ursa does. So he's going to kind of back off. It's definitely not the dream lane that he was started with.
Yeah, not at all. And this is he's only one component completed for the Battle Fury, so it's going to take a long time to Lucify.
The toss away,
Shackles?
but they got the nice shackle with the creep wave that was coming. Lucify's taking a lot of damage, but the spear is off the mark, and they're trying to run around. Lucify's just baiting them out with a high five there. I would high five you if you survive, but the God's Rebuke. Oh, but the toss in one more time, but the power shot, and that doesn't get in. There was a tiny little alleyway, and they're gonna look to go for more. Bob is getting gone on here, and it looks like the Deafening Blast will end that one. The Fortune's End is gonna slow down Palos, at least for now, and he gets bursted by the Oracle as well. Raging Potato's made his way bottom, and he's in the mid lane, that is. He's got the arena up, and they secure at least the Timbersaw. And RR is looking to just run off here. Fortune's End is going to slow them both down. Invoker's going to look to turn this. He's got Cold Snap. And that's going to be the end.
Now that's a very good revenge kill there. Good job to Raging Potato once again. Now that's why he wanted to save the arena and not use that on the Tiny just now. So he could get a counter kill like that. And that's very big, because that is the top 1 net worth Timbersaw that you just brought down for. But this also opens up a lot of space for Cirque to just farm bottom lane, take down the bottom tower as well. He popped the meta though. Oh.
Okay, he's been, you know, he likes to pop it like whenever he wants, so I'm okay with this actually.
Yeah,
I mean, if he's gonna
that's
farm,
okay.
oh, there we go. Another Toxin doing a lot of work. Raging Potato taking a ton of damage, and the Chakram. And in addition to that, he will go down by Bob.
3 ancient stacks. Juicy, juicy. Is this 3 or 4?
I don't even know.
Couldn't count.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3.
Yeah, should be 3. So
yeah, look like 3.
TB is gonna just keep scaling, and bottom side Bob in trouble.
The Earth Shock, the Tornado EMP is gonna take his mana, but he Timber Chains away. I don't think the EMP actually hit, but the BDZ is there with the Shackle right in place, and he's gonna secure that kill against Bob.
Another death in a row. This is something you have to be very careful when you are playing Timbersaw, because a lot of times Timbersaw they come into one stage of the game and then they'll think to themselves that they are pretty unkillable, and then suddenly enemy just bring 4 to 5 heroes and kill you a couple of times, and all of a sudden the advantage they gained early on just completely return back to the enemy. So Bob has to be really, really careful.
Yeah. BDZ has Naked Javelin, Brown Boots. That's the traditional build-up, but he's going to probably go MKB, probably Blink right after that, just so they've got a little bit more initiation. I'm liking that build order. RR, on the other hand, is going to go, I think it was just Brown Boots at now, but, you know, position 5, it's support life, right?
Also, speaking about Invoker, I like the choice of Ken, you know, rushing the Midas and then putting all of the points on Exort, because he knows that he needs to start getting the Sunstrike's point so that they can burst off heroes like the TB or even the Oracle. So I like the choice a lot, and that's one way to skill into the late game as we speak.
They got to smoke. They know, and Cirque is just going to walk on up, and they have it in the Avalanche, but the no toss. He just barely gets away, but they steal the stack, so it's not a complete waste. But, oh man, if they got that target in addition to the stack, that would have been disastrous for Execration.
Yeah, I would say this is a big loss for Wise because they smoke for this. And a little bit mistake by Cirque, I believe, because he showed first before the Tiny does. So he scared the Ursa away.
And Lizify will blink away. Yeah, they just kind of thwarted that smoke attempt. I don't think they can catch up to this, right?
Unless Bob tries to be funny here.
Chakram, all 5 are there, and they found Zenki, who's hiding in the corner, who's trying to just keep himself alive. And he's got, he's been shackled, he's been power shotted, and he does die. He does trade his life for that. And another the Viper Strike is going to be used. And they got Bob, who's a little too deep, and they do have the burst for that. The swap back for Raging Potato, and he's looking to turn this on Enryu. And here we go. The Meteor doesn't really matter. He's just not really enough damage from the Viper there. And they've gotten 4 for 1, and at the cost of just BDZ. So a really nice fight by Execration.
Yeah, the targeting was a bit off from Wise. Both the Tiny and TB was targeting. Oh no, I mean Oracle and TB was targeting the Wind Ranger, while the others went straight into the tier 2 and got trapped by the arena. So a bit of disconnect there between the players, and they paid off. They have to pay a lot for this. All of a sudden, Palos get a lot of space.
The blink,
Not
Avalanche,
really.
and the toss all the way. Fortune's End just locking him in a little bit. They do have the swap if they want to go, but he's just going to rage, and he should be away. No, he's going for this. The Yules all the way from downtown for the Timber Chain. God Rebuke is going to push him away, but he still wants this in the toss. And that's going to literally step on top of him. And Ryu just looking to turn this around. Really nice play there. Nice tosses and just securing that kill.
I was just about to say this is a good space for Palos, and then he just died at mid lane. And instantly Wise, they're grouping up to take down these tier 2 towers. This is going to open up even more space for themselves. They're going to take away the triangle from Execration. And Ursa, this Fury, I think, is going to be so set back. I think we are looking at the 18 or even 20 minutes Fury coming up from Ursa.
Yeah, he's still a ways away. But, I mean, they have the entire, you know, the Radiant side, that is. They have the T1 top still standing. So they have space and they have time. But it's scary when the other team has a TB, which definitely can, like, is like that late game monster that you don't want to be fighting with. Oh, but another blink in. They found RR one other time, and Cirque should just eat this guy for dinner. And he's dead. Oh, Arena, Stun Strike, and Enryu just gets bursted there. That's what we're talking about. Oh, they do have Timber, still kind of around, but that should be the end of that.
Now that Wench is a good death, you know? Like he distracted most of the wise players to there, and then just Viper just slowly walking to join his team, and unfortunately get picked off by Raging Potato. So that was a very good pick off there. Evoker, he's just 600 gold away from the Academics. So we are going to see the Cataclysm coming very soon, and it's all up to Raging Potato for setting that up.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice here. Paulus just wants to farm. He finds Lucify. Lucify's like, hey, those are my ancients. And he just kind of scares him away. Raging Potato's gone on here, taking a lot of bursts, but the swap back keeps him alive. But Cirque is doing a ton of damage on RR, and that, I guess, is worth it because it's just your position 5. And Bob is looking to just go on back. He gets the chains. He gets just Shackle and the Focus Fire, the Sunstrike on top, and the Spear.
Oh.
But the power, the Spear actually pushes him away. That's a bit of a mistake. Tornado on up, and the False Promise has now been used. Bob is actually going to survive because that power shot. Oh, okay, so they do kill the Oracle, so they got something out of this. But the fact that you messed up and you let Bob run away from that, Raging Potato, sir, your Spear, you just need to wait 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, these things happens, you know. Sometimes he was trying to stop that, he was trying to make them perfectly, but Timbersaw, he's gonna get...
Oh, he's gonna get killed
he got
anyways.
messed down.
But
Okay.
they lost the tower. That might not have happened if he died earlier. But Lucify gets swapped on back, God's Rebuke, and that's gonna be a dead one.
This is okay though, this is completely acceptable. Timbersaw, he has been giving away too many unnecessary death, and these are all space and bounty kills for Execration to come back. All of a sudden, 70 minutes in, you know, even though all the map control of Wise that they have gained through these kills, it's only a 1k goal lead that they're holding. Timbersaw have to be very, very careful because once the Cataclysm is up, suddenly Timbersaw is not as tanky as he thought he would.
Okay, so he's got a Manta Dragonlance. Cirque, this is the big one, right? Once he starts getting BKB and Scotty, those are like the big power spikes. So he's almost got that. Once he gets BKB, I mean, I'm thinking that they're going to have a really rough time in terms of dealing with this TB.
Yeah, definitely. The only way to deal with the BKB is that Ursa gets enough item to just mind fight the TB. But looking at the farming speed and net worth, I don't think Ursa is gonna keep that status very early on. And once TB gets his Scotty, Ursa is no match against that.
Yeah, and Ursa does. Oh, he just has Battle Fury now. Bought out, has no buyback here. Urshak's just to take the lane. And yeah, all of Vice are just sticking around the bot lane, and they're going to look to push at least that T2 bottom. They're pinging things out, but, you know, Enryu has the DD. Oh, the Yules for the Tiny. Lucify, he gets speared back. Power shot as well, the Sunstrike, and that should be the end of that Tiny. Nice play there. RR, though, is just going to back off here.
Yep, Raging Potato don't even bother to see his food getting finished off. That's what real man does. You know, just turn around, don't care about the dead fish already. But next time around, if Oracle is anywhere near that, they have to stay and finish that off because most likely the Force Promise is gonna save him.
Yeah, and Bob here just pushing out the top lane, creating a little bit of space. Paulus is just okay, he's just gonna continue to push. SNY, is that the next item for you on Ursa right here? Oh, but the Avalanche toss combo with a nice Shackle on the back end. The Tornado though, only on the illusion though. Tiny does die, and Metamorphosis has now been used. False Promise as well, and he's looking to fight this. Focus Fire is on the end of that. The Arena and the Cataclysm, and there we go. It does a lot of damage, but nobody's dead yet. Zenki does fall in the end. Mars does die as well. They buy back from Oracle, and they've got the Focus Fire on Bob, who's taking a lot of damage, but does he have enough? He doesn't have the Shackle to latch on. The Power Shot is actually not going to do enough, and BDZ does die in the end. And they want more. They're going to look to turn this one. They're trying to get it. Ken is going to try to run the Tornado here, and Meteor is going to be used as well, but he's been broken and he's been stuck, and he does get killed as well, and that's going to be a bounty claim. 4-0 so far, and they're going to look to push the bottom lane.
He can just cancel his TP on his own, because I don't see anything coming out from Wise to cancel his TP, so... or that might just be me. But that was a very well played team fight by Wise. Execration, it looked out great for them, but the Cataclysm just wasn't quite enough to finish everybody off, especially when Viper has the Mac to heal his pulse up. So I think definitely Ursa needs way more item than just a Battle Fury and a Blade of Alacrity. You asked about the SNY. Normally you want SNY just to help you sustain through the fight, but this is a very late timing for SNY though.
Super late.
I feel like BKB might. I feel like the Basher or BKB might be the something that he has to look for, because you definitely need the Bash to just deal with TB or the Timbersaw. But he might also feel like without the SNY, he would not even survive in the team fight. It's a tough decision for Ursa. You know, you never wanted to be in this situation because you always want to snowball.
I mean, he's got clumsy net as well, just so that he can kind of like lock the guy into place. So I think that he's using this as like a poor substitute. But just so the viewers know at home, they got the tornado up on Luzify. There's been cold snap, and they're trying to do a little bit of damage. The avalanche is a little not going to hit anybody. Everybody's a little bit too far. But for the viewers at home, note that Execration is actually up a game. There's a bug in the system right now. Vice Esports is actually not up 1-0, but it's Execration up 1-0. Just so that everybody's clear. It's a best of 2, so just so that, we clear things up a little bit.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it definitely seems like White Esports has what it takes to equalize this series. Raging Potato, finding an
All for the Oracle, and he's going to die by the Sunstrike. Look at Raging Potato just walking away again. Cool people don't look at explosions, right?
Yep, cool kids. Definitely very cool. BDC as well, something worth mentioning is that he completed his MKB, but Raging Potato is going to fall here.
Yeah, he's a little too deep. He's been broken as well. It doesn't really have much of a choice. BDZ is not going to get anywhere with the Yules. The Tornado EMP is going to at least stop some of it. BDZ is going hard for that Enryu Viper, but he did not get him, and he does die. It's 2 for 1, and they're going to continue to push. And that's a lot of illusions, a lot of tankiness, and this T2 is going to slowly melt. Even the glyph is there, but it's just a matter of time.
Oh, they're actually glyphing for this tier 2 tower, so I believe Wise, they might just want to step onto the high ground, pop the Metamorphosis to at least force Execration to come back to defend this. And meanwhile, Ursa actually sneaked the Roshan, so pretty good sneak away from Wise Esports, but now the high ground is under attack.
Yules, and they're going to go for this. I mean, Metamorphosis has been used, so they got to get something out of this, unless you want to completely back off. Raging Potato's going to use the Avalanche, and he's been tossed straight up. The arena is now going to be used. Palos is looking to fight. Aegis has already been expired. Cataclysm does hit, but it only really hits Enryu. And Palos is back now. He's been broken, and Focus Fire is going to be used on Bob, who Timber Chains away. He gets to the low ground. Reactive Armor should keep him up. The Tornado, it does end up throwing up at least the illusion, but they didn't really get anything out of this. I mean, Lucify is dead, but nothing else.
I would say great defense. Also, not a bad loss coming up from Wise, as they only lost Lucify and they did a lot of damage onto the high ground tower as well. But right now they have to disengage. Viper barely get away.
Yeah, I mean, the Viper's flying, so it's definitely faster than the Mars who's walking at him, right?
Is that true, though? Not at all. Because if I look at stats, Viper is just at poorly 345 movement speed. That's so sad, actually.
How is he flying so slow? It doesn't make any sense. Valve, come on, man.
There's too much toxiness in his body.
Avalanche, and he tosses him back to his friends, and Raging Potato's gonna die. That's gonna be the first of hopefully many as Vice Esports look to take the mid T3 as they're about to siege. Mars does not have buyback here, and that's another 40 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they could quite do this without meta though, because you don't want to be you don't want to have TB position himself as a melee form to hit the tier 3 towers, but yeah, you have to watch out for the Wench swap. But he's feeling confident right now with the BKB, so he's gonna just walk up.
Yeah, he's gonna just shuffle away. He does need to be a little bit careful. The Tornado is coming, and it only really hits Bob. The EMP is there, and he's been swapped on back, and Bob is taking a ton of damage, but the False Promise is gonna be there. The Ice Wall is gonna just kind of slow things down, and yes, he's been Focus Fire, but Bob is somehow surviving through all of this because that's how Oracle and Timbersaw and the Reactive Armor kind of work together. A lot of synergy there, but they backed off, and it looks like they're probably going to go back into this. The blink in forward. Lucify gets him, gets Palos. They're trying to turn this off. He's got Rage. He's going to back on up to the high ground. He's fine for now, but they're doing a little bit of chip damage, and they might take this T3 soon.
False Promise is no longer available now, so Wise is if they want to do this, they need to be very, very careful. There's no save anymore aside from the BKB coming from TB.
the shackle, but Luzify blinks in, tosses back Bob, and he dies for that, but he pays for his sins. And Raging Potato's looking to run away. He's been getting gone on. The Metamorphosis, the BKB's also been used, the Cataclysm as well, and the Yules on up. Viper is dead as well, the Meteor, and now they've got they've got Bob where they want him, and they throw him back in. Raging Potato's taking a ton of damage, does need to be a little bit careful, doesn't want to get bursted. And that's going to be a dead one. So 4 for nothing. So they've completely turned this around. That was a bad high ground attack.
That was absolutely bad. I mean, first, I can understand the fact that they wanted to siege there with the Force Promise, even though there's no Metamorphosis. But right after they forced out the Force Promise, they should have back because there's no more save. And Bob is just overestimating himself right now. He's always positioned super early, super in front, and he totally forgot that there's a mass spear back, there's the sword back that can completely screw his positioning. And with the Cataclysm available now and exalt level at such a high level, there's a lot of damage from Execration side to take down these beefy heroes. Wise Esports, they have to play this with more discipline.
And they should have stayed back a lot, and I mean, just created a lot more space. And now, look at the power push, just getting the T1 finally at 27 minutes. Not the greatest place, but that's, the first step of many in terms of a comeback for Execration. And actually, Execration is leading right now, which is weird, because it doesn't feel like that, because they got a TB on Vice, right? It's like that late game hero and that monster, and they've just, Execration has just had to play defensive almost the entire game.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, they have the best heroes to play defensive with. You've got Invoker, one of the best high ground defense hero, and also Ursa is not a bad hero in catching up since he has gotten his Battle Fury.
Oh, nice shackle, Cataclysm, Meteor on top of this, but do they have enough? They got the Cold Snap now using, but he's been swapped back. The Tornado actually putting him in one more time, the Focus Fire, but the False Promise is there, and they've got the Wave of Terror as well. They've committed everything for him. They threw the kitchen sink, and somehow he heals the full.
Oh, well, classic Team Verso and Oracle. But this actually, if you think about it, this favors Execration a lot because they're not supposed to be in a position to just defend all this offense coming up from Wise. Not to mention trying to be offensive, but Palos once again being very out of position.
He's been Yules. He's trying to rage it. The ice wall will just kind of buy him time. But Mars he's been broken. He's been slowed, and he's in a bad spot. But he's trying to run now. They get the Yules up on the Timber at least, and that should be the end of that. But that was super close.
Yeah, that was very risky as well. Wise once again, are they going to make the same mistake, Howler, going high ground without the False Promise?
I think that's risky, but you definitely need meta if anything. That's like the minimum. I mean, if anything, I'm looking for a pickup. Oh, but the blink in, and they've got the arena, and Cirque's just going to walk on out of that because he's got the BKB, and he's got the ticket on out. He's looking to fight this with Palos. He's looking to go, and they're going 50-50. The Tornado's going to be off, but does he have Sunder? He gets power shot, and he gets destroyed. He's down for 64 seconds. He does have buyback. Palos wants more. He's going to look to turn this. He's going to go on Enryu. He's going to rage on forward for that. And they want more, but they don't really have the control. They have this Cold Snap, I believe. Nope, they've got the Rebuke at least, and it's going to block in Enryu. He gets speared for that. It's 2 for nothing.
Once again, they made the same mistake. After all, they are sitting high ground without False Promise. It doesn't matter if the TB has the BKB now. Ursa has already gotten enough items to man fight the TB. Once you get the Abyssal Blade, there's just no fight for the TB. Oh? Nice reaction coming out from Lucify, but it's not gonna be enough though. Basher on Ursa is coming very soon, and when the Basher is up, when the Abyssal Blade is out, the tides return between the TB and Ursa.
They got a chance. They found Bob. They've got the Shackle again, and he's by himself. I don't see an Oracle this time, and it's Sunstrike, and the God's Rebuke will secure that one, but Kenny actually gets the kill. So they found Bob, and finally, they end up killing this beast.
I would say tides have completely turned right now. Ursa is not the angry bear that he was 20 minutes ago. He's much better than that now. Look at him, utilizing the haste, trying to make something happen.
Palos, but he's gonna walk this one off. They don't really have the burst to deal with Ursa right now. He could potentially be this angry beast that's just very, very scary.
Green Ranger with the Monkey King bar, trying to rush the Black King bar so that he could run into the team fight, look for either the Viper or even the Oracle. I think if you're able to force the Oracle to use Force Promise on himself, that would be a big win. That would be the same that would be the same as if you have killed him.
Yeah. I mean, they've completely turned this around. Like the TB, I thought like he was top, and I thought that he was just going to outfarm everybody and just completely dominate this game. But man, has he hit a brick wall in the sense of Ken and Ursa, just Palos, both of these guys just kind of controlling the team fights and just extending the lead for themselves, which is definitely not something I expected.
Yeah, definitely. It was just the two bad fights in a row, completely changed the game. And yeah, TB, like if you're running Timbersaw plus Viper lineup, and you're only having a single core TB, you're not allowed to do too much mistakes. I would say 1 is the max. And they have just done 2.
And they found BDZ, who's been Yuled, but the Tornado's there. The EMP is on point. It's going to hit a lot of them. The Venge swap, but is it saving him? The Focus Fire is going to go. He really wants Bob. The Arena as well, the Cataclysm, and they're doing a lot of work. They found Enryu, and False Promise was used for Lucify, so they're trying to get something. Palos is going on in, and he explodes, and he pops like a pimple, and Cirque is looking to fight Palos. He's looking to turn this. He turns Sunder, and he's going for RR of all things, and Cirque is just getting man-fought, and he's looking to get Deafening Blast. He gets shot back. Bob is going to get to the high ground. He's going to try to stay alive, and the Timbersaw is hiding in a corner. They do find him. The Cold Snap, the Meteor, everybody and their moms are there, and they see him, and all he wants to do is just go home, and Bob is going to get EMP'd with no mana, just walking through. Oh, he gets the Timber Chain away. Cold Snap one other time. It's like the Great Chase. They get the Spear, and they put him to the only tree there, and they've gotten a 4 for 2.
Yeah, Wise has completely lost all their advantage that they've gained in the first 20 or 25 minutes, and right now Invoker is totally untouched. Ken, he was fighting the entire team fight with full HP on himself. He was completely untouched. Everybody is focusing on the Mars, on the Ursa, but these heroes are just too tanky. TB took way too long to kill both of them, and once the BKB wears off, it's gonna be it's just Ursa in Invoker's playground after the BKBs are out.
Another thing is that TB was really focusing on, like, his target prioritization was kind of off. Like, he used a Sunder super early, then started to go for RR. Where was Oracle for all of that? And I feel like Oracle, no matter what the other heroes are doing, you have to say False Promise for your TB because he is your lifeblood. He's the one that's going to carry you in this game.
Oh yeah, definitely. I totally agree with this. He used the Force Promise on the Tiny. I mean, what is the Tiny with Force Promise going to do? Like, the most that he can do is to offer a Avalanche and Toss. That's not gonna change the team fight. But if you are able to Force Promise on the TB, you could change the team fight by your own. So yeah, I agree with you. You have to only prioritize the Force Promise on the one core that is the only one that has the ability to carry you through the game. And without the Skadi, this TB does not look as scary as you want to be at all. I would even say that Mars looks even more scarier than the TB right now.
Oh, Palos has been tossed back, but that's actually to his advantage because I think that's where he wants to be. The Cataclysm is going to just do a ton of damage. TB getting very low. They need to be careful. I think he got the False Promise off, but they don't really have the heals, and he's Sunders on up. He should be fine, but he's actually in the red still. He's still okay. He's got to use BKB. Raging Potato actually went forward. He spears him back, but Raging Potato's been tossed back. He's got BKB. He's looking to fight. Palos is getting very low. Aegis has now been popped. They do get the Timbersaw, who is a little bit too far out there. He's been focus fired, and Palos is going to burn his BKB. Now he's going to look to fight on Enryu. He's looking to just go on this guy, and he actually can't see him because they don't have vision. And Cirque is getting so low, he's getting focused, and he does die. BDZ end up getting that kill, and they want more. The Deafening Blast is going to miss, and Enryu, who's just hiding in the trees, is trying to find out a way to survive. There's not. Palos is there. He gets a mega kill streak, and they're going to go for the teeth or the Raxes right now.
Yeah, the coordination between Execration just... Yeah, they're just outdoing Wise when it comes to team fight. Bob is always way too ahead of his team.
Lucify with the toss back one other time, but onto your Oracle. Not where Oracle wants him to be. Oracle's like, what the hell, brother? And he dies very, very quickly. Cirque, that's a die back, and that should be GG. Really well played by Execration here. I mean, they were just on point, and they just won some of the fights.
Oh my god, here comes the question mark. He is angry. All the tip is working. Like you know that your tip strategy worked when the enemy starting to question you about that, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, these guys know each other. They know what's going on. It's all in jest at this point. It's all in good fun. Yes, Execration probably got the best of Vice, and this is another reason why Vice is not going to tap out, and they're going to continue to fight this one, because at the end of the day, you might as well finish it out, and they're focusing on Bob, who's been tipped. Cataclysm, and that should be another one. Bob goes down one other time, and Ryu as well. That's a double kill for Ken. And Lucify is just going to be like, all right, I'm going to chill in this fountain. Hopefully I stay alive. And they're stealing his mangoes. I don't know if we should call the police or not.
I mean, Ursa definitely is feeling like he wants to call the police at the very beginning of the game. You know, just getting bullied by this Timbersaw. But, you know, if you're able to keep your composure, there's always a way to come back into the game. It's Dota after all. Just like basketball, you know, the ball is round. There's always a way to win anybody. Execration shows us that if you are calm enough, you are collected enough, you can come back into the game.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the founder diving, Howler.
Yep, and they've got the fountain diving, they've got the arena there, they've turned that home into their own. Lucify is kind of hiding in. They do have the Wave of Terror, but they want more, and this is going to be a statement, and that's going to be GG Execration with that win. 40-22, 37 minutes. Pretty, I mean, it was back and forth, and we saw that, but a little bit of disrespect at the end by Execration. Hopefully they'll work on some of their sportsmanship, but there was a lot at stake, right? And so they really wanted to win this game.
Yeah, especially you are getting beaten down by this Timbersaw and Viper. Everybody tends to get a bit angry when you're playing against dirty heroes like that, right? So I can definitely relate with the emotions that Execration are having, but nonetheless, this is a very impressive comeback by them. They were able to capitalize on the mistakes that Wise did 2 times in a row, and then they're back into the game. For me, definitely the one MVP or the shining star is definitely Ken on the Invoker. He was playing perfectly. All the spells are on point. Sunstrike, Cataclysm, multiple man tornado for the counter initiation as well. So well deserved win by Execration.
Yeah, I like the fact that Ken, he wasn't too frazzled, right? He had a rough lane, you know, the Timber Bob was actually just starting to win out and starting to dominate him. And so, like, he was like, no, we're fine. We're just going to do a lane swap. We should be fine. We just got to make sure that we just need to buy time for our cores, make sure that we're good in the end. And that's kind of what they did. And, like, if you're, what, 17-2 and, like, 10 or 15 or whatever like that, Ken, you had an amazing game. Very nicely played there. But if I'm going to go for any team or any player on the Vice side that I felt like they should have worked on was probably Enryu here. But as we speak about that, let's go into the highlight. This is one of those where a little bit early in the game, and there's going to be first blood going to be spilled, and that's actually going to be the caption that you need to have recorded. So we have that here. And I mean, just going back to the Enryu pick, I felt like the Veno and the Viper were kind of underwhelming. Like, I really want that traditional offlaner. You know, if he's the offlane player, he should play something with a little bit more control. But the lucky viewer for all of this is going to be Eddie Boy Julianne. Thank you so much. You found that first blood. You typed it in. Congratulations. We will find you and contact you and somehow reward that prize to you. But back to Enryu, I just felt like there was a little bit more that he could have given.
Yeah, I do feel. I mean, I don't want to be disencouraging innovations, because I do feel like this Veno and Viper, especially the Viper, is not something that we see every day, but it does fulfill some sort of purpose in this game that I will agree with. It's just that my question is that the high ground siege coming out from Wise, that was just not wise. And they know it as well. They knew that the force moment is not there, but they still do it, knowing that the risk is so high.
Yeah. They need to do a better job with that. Yeah, they need to have worked around their cooldowns a lot better. But as we see the standings here, we came out with ties throughout. Everybody got a win, so congratulations. We'll find out more. These teams are going to be playing again on Sunday. Tomorrow we're going to be playing with Group A. We'll have those games in, and we'll let you know the schedule as we go through. But everyone's going to play everyone. It's a round robin, so we'll be seeing Group A tomorrow.
Yeah, just as a clarification, I think that should be 3 points for execution, right? It's 2-0. Yeah, so just a quick clarification for everyone out there, just a something small mistake. We'll fix this very soon. But I just want to end. It was a pretty exciting day, Hala.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It was a great day today. We're gonna have more action coming at you tomorrow and Sunday, and it's gonna be Top Clans 2020. My name is Holler. This is Arthur. We're gonna be here tomorrow, and we'll have more games for you. Thank you so much, and let's throw it back to the host.
Thank you, our casters. Today is really an exciting day, and thank you for watching today. And tomorrow we're gonna be back with Group A. Well, IO Esports will be competing with Brand Esports. Adroit Esports will be competing with MG Chast. At the end, we would like to thank again the support from all of our partners: EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada, Leza Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and also for our local support by InfoFed, Asian Galaxy, for network support by UU Game Booster. And also don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channels for the latest updates and surprises. Okay, everybody, please don't forget to tune in tomorrow. See you guys. Bye bye.